actually there for that stream or not, now that I think about it. I don't know, it's been a while since I last streamed making an outfit.
So, Subnautica 2 had an update this month apparently. They added 2 new passive bio mods, and they made a way where you can now have more passive bio mod slots. They did a bunch of things improving like just general traversal interaction with creatures, when you're going through ruined structures, kind of trying to understand where you're supposed to be going. You are now able to sprint when out of water, but when you're not sprinting now, you're slower. They've added some new behaviors for creatures. And the Sonic Resonator will now stun creatures for a short duration.
Oh, thank God.
No, it was only supposed to kill the one creature that you were supposed to use it on.
I thought it was only stunning them for like a second or something. Like regular creatures.
There's some new silver areas. At the max deconstruct size, so you can deconstruct more of your base at one time. You have an FOV slider now. They improved it where now you can tell when you place a vehicle dock when the area is obstructed or if docking is going to be available or not. Yeah, this one wasn't a content update. It was very heavily. Audio logs no longer autoplay, reducing confusion, especially in multiplayer. Where different players could trigger them for everyone, unlocked audio logs now provide a notification and added to the PDA, but the players can replay them at any time. Replayed audio logs play only for the individual player and continue playing even after the PDA is closed. Yeah, they also updated things where the text and the voiceover were at discrepancy from each other. They are now a lot more consistent. And there is a very long list of bugs that they fixed. This was 2 weeks ago, almost.
I thought I saw an update for the game. I just never looked into any of the patch notes.
Shields off. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, I won't spoil it. Their next vehicle is almost done. They have a public beta branch or whatnot. I haven't been playing on it. it's just for like these things randomly show up on my feed, so I get slammed with spoilers. Like I don't look up Subnautica content, and I don't like follow any of these creators. So I don't like the videos I like. I specifically limit my interaction. Shit just still pops up on my feed. So there's a new vehicle coming out. I mean, there's going to come out multiple. It's going to be a pretty big impact, and they're coming along with it pretty well. So the next update is one I would suggest that we play for Burst when they do the big actual like campaign content update next. Probably, yeah. I didn't play much of the first game. I know I
Yeah,
had
I mean,
development for a while just because it was a fucking buggy mess at the start, but it also was just so much spaghetti code that they couldn't do a lot of the stuff that they wanted to do. So I imagine Subnautica 2 is going to be in development for longer just because they have all the experience they gained from Subnautica 1 and Below Zero that they're going to code in a way that they can more easily add all the content that they're wanting to. Yeah, that set them back months. It does, yes. They do not hide that fact. That was the entire thing, is that it's an early access release. I think it's a very well done early access release. Yeah, I'm still looking forward to Fallout New Vegas just because I've heard so many good things about it. I would like to give the game a try, and I've had so many fucking shit experiences trying to do it on the older one that a remake will actually let me try to play the game for once.
I mean, even if the remake is just more stable than the
Yeah,
previous version, that's good enough for a remake to exist.
especially when the previous version was as abysmal as
Yeah,
New Vegas is.
I love New Vegas, but I'll be the first to admit that it was rough at launch, and it's still rough. It can feel like arcane wizardry to get the game to work sometimes.
I think the unofficial patch and the script extender make it bearable. But I think Fallout New Vegas is one of the only games. It's technically Obsidian, but I can play Fallout New Vegas without installing any sort of mods.
Yeah,
Whereas, like Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, anything made by Bethesda, really, I'm not trying to play any of their games without a bunch of mods.
I'll disagree because I can play that. I played the ever living fuck out of Skyrim without mods, and the only reason I wouldn't be able to do it now is because I have played so much of Skyrim without mods and with
yeah,
mods
I'd
now.
say that'd be my problem too. Is
Um,
I played so much of vanilla Skyrim that it's hard to go back to it without mods.
yeah, and
I've
so like obviously the game is plenty good.
My friend lent me Skyrim on the PlayStation for a day, and I was like, nope. I'll play this when I can get it on PC. And when I did, I immediately started modding it.
When was this, though? Was this in the last 10 years?
It was when Skyrim first came out,
Fair enough then.
so it's definitely been a
Yeah,
while.
Fallout 3, I think Fallout 3 was perfectly good without mods. I enjoyed Fallout 3. Fallout
I
4 is
didn't care
definitely
for
just a shit show. It needed to be modded, and therefore it's not a good
Yeah.
game.
I had fun with 76, but I also recognize that a lot of that was just down to the people I was playing with.
Yeah, 76 is a lot better now. It was horrible on launch. And
Yeah.
It's just
I
so
played-
hard to get into now because everybody's max everything, and so it's just disheartening to even bother touching it.
Yeah, yeah. I played 76 twice. I played the initial like public test, and I had a bug where the LOD models were in front and all of the high detail models were far away. So I was playing fucking Fallout 64.
I think I remember some other people. I think the voice actors for Rick and Morty were doing like a promotional stream, and they were having a bunch of problems like that. But Fallout 3 is one of the reasons that I didn't play Fallout New Vegas until way later. Because I had a really bad time with Fallout 3.
I played it because I really liked Oblivion when that came out.
Looks like Eris is live, Des.
Okay. As soon as I'm through the wormhole, I will go live as well. I just started going through it right now.
I see. I don't know. You seem to line up to go through the warped places much faster than I do. And I have no idea how you do it.
Well, in this case, somebody else opened the wormhole just as I got there.
Always takes me forever to get through these things. Also, you think you're slick, Des. I know you've been reusing your thumbnails for all your streams.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I don't make thumbnails for every stream because I don't have time to. So I don't know what I'm playing until I'm already playing it, pretty much.
Oh,
I need
that's
to-
also not good.
I need to make new thumbnails, but still. I should rotate between like 5 different ones for just general gameplay usage.
That's what was taking me so long. I was quickly trying to stitch together a thumbnail. And I'm trying to also balance the stupid game's audio.
Okay, I am now live as well. I have a couple thumbnails made. It's just I don't have one for, I don't know, Freedom Planet, for example. Just pulling a random game out of my ass.
I remember that game. That's I complain about how bad I am at making thumbnails all the time,
Shields off.
but a bad thumbnail is better than no thumbnail.
As long as it's not an AI slop thumbnail, it looks alright.
I haven't done it. I did think about it, but I was like, no, no, no.
The thing is, like, some people aren't going to care. The people that do care, you are immediately just losing them.
Oh
And
yeah.
I think the biggest thing I think with the whole AI thumbnail specifically is that it is very representative of your content. So like any game that I've played on Steam where I didn't know that it had AI generated content or anything in it, for example, when I like stopped playing the game, I was like, God, there's something fucking wrong with this game. I went and looked and found that there was AI generation used on it. Now, that's not saying that anything that has AI touching it, AI generation touching it, is going to be bad, but it usually is. There's a trend. It's people who don't know what they're doing or don't care, and they're just looking for a quick buck or an easy way to make something happen. So,
The
when
overall.
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
So just when I see AI thumbnails, especially like the over the top ones that people like to do, I just know it's like most of the time you don't have content. Like if you can't get a picture of the game or find a generic themed picture of you playing the game or a similar type of content, and you're just using these over the top AI generated images, it just looks bad.
I get you, but I'm way less judgmental about like videos and their thumbnails in general.
So typically,
Like I've never seen.
I'm not very judgmental. I'm only judgmental when it comes to Gen AI thumbnails.
I've never seen somebody with like a well-crafted thumbnail that made me go, oh yeah. If not for that, I would have never clicked the video. Like it's usually the title of the video
25%.
and its subject matter that draws me in.
Des, you were trying to say something.
I was just going to say something about AI. That overall, I feel like AI's skill level is a little bit below like mediocre. So while it's better to use it if you don't have any skill in that field, you're still not going to get as good results as if you have somebody who actually knows somewhat of what they're doing. It's very easy to surpass its skill level. At least that's been my experience with AI. Like, if
Yeah,
you know
I
your
can-
shit, it's better to just do it yourself. If you don't
Right.
know anything, then I can see a use case for AI. Like, if you don't know what you're doing and you want a picture of, like, I don't know, a pinup drawing or something like that, but you don't even know where to look, then yeah, use AI.
So the counter thing I'll say to that is one, like especially for content creators, as per the main topic of it, I'll get onto like just art in a general sense in my like talk about that separately because that's very different things in my opinion.
Oh, for sure.
With the content creation and using it for thumbnails, using it for banners and logos, not everybody has money to commission a bunch of people. I still don't like it either which way because like I both agree and disagree with what Eris stated that yes, your thumbnail is not typically make or break if somebody's going to look at your video. As long as your thumbnails aren't the same, because it does look bad when I go to click on your YouTube page to look up your videos and I just see 50 of the same thumbnail, I'm just going to be like, either they don't have creativity or they're just making the same content or something. It's just immediately a turnoff. But the thing is,
Right.
psychology interests me, and I've taken quite a few psychology classes, both at high school and college level. And just because you don't recognize that a thumbnail made you click it when you wouldn't have clicked on it before, a thumbnail catching your attention to get you to read the title or look at it, if that thumbnail didn't catch your attention before, you wouldn't have looked at it. So yes, you're not usually being like, I don't think that's going to be interesting, but man, the thumbnail's really cool. No, that doesn't happen. It's
When
just
I'm
the
scrolling
thumbnail
through
in general
YouTube,
fits
I'm
perfectly
primarily
fine.
looking at titles. I'm not
Sure,
picture hunting.
but
I
most
mean,
people are going to be affected by the thumbnail. Not the saying again, it's not to the degree that you need this masterpiece generated image. No, you don't need this masterpiece complex one. You just need something that correlates to what the video is about and has something like vaguely interesting to it, and that's perfectly fine. Like I think Eris does great on their thumbnails for the stuff that Eris is trying to make. It gives me an idea of what's going on before I'm joining. Titles is a big thing as well.
my titles are
Titles are
also
just
pretty
as
crap.
I'm terrible
just
at titles.
as big, if not bigger. Because I'm sorry, titles are one of the first things. Like I don't mind titles as long as they're not um jailbait. Not jailbait. I freaking missing the word, but like
Clickbait.
the right clickbait
Clickbait.
titles. Yeah, yeah, bait. As long as they're not a clickbait title, I'm perfectly fine with them. Like as long as your title tells me what's going on and it gives me a hint of your personality, I'm interested. That's all that it takes. Like either I'm going to be like that paired with the image, just doing a vague little bit of that is all that it takes for me to want to check out your video. If the title isn't clickbaity, it shows your personality because there's so many titles out there that are just like, oh, blank in this game. Whatever. I don't care. Unless I'm specifically looking for that, then at that point I might care. But
Star Citizen's
most of the
starting to
time it's
piss me
just
off with this audio. I gotta mute this game. I don't care anymore.
with random bullshit go catching my attention. What catches my attention is, for example, I started watching some YouTube creators' content recently. The guy is an engineer IRL. And so they make a bunch of content where they play games. They're not actually like nerding out as an engineer in the game all the times, but like they have a meme bit, for example, that I discovered from watching one of the videos. That anytime they come across a bridge in a game that's like a unique bridge, not just every single bridge, but they come across a bridge, they give it a structural review jokingly. But all their videos very well may have AI on them, but they're not like overly fucking saturated AI, and it is designed in that it is you can tell who they are. I can glance at the thumbnail and know it's one of their videos, and it is something about the content of the video. And then the topics, like they don't advertise that they're an engineer all the time. They're like, oh yeah, um, oh goodness, I'm trying to remember one of the recent ones. I just have bad short-term memory without like exactly reading it word for word. But they do a lot of mining games, and they did a Planet Crafter game, and they posted a video talking about like a bit in Planet Crafter, and it caught my attention. I ended up watching the entire video before heading to bed, just because I could garner their personality from the title and image, and it didn't have to rely on super generated or super complex images.
I don't know so much about personality in titles because I mean there is a limit. I mean, there's obviously a character limit to them and stuff like that. But for me, when it comes to like the titles of videos and streams, I'm more so concerned about what the topic is going to be. So, for example, I've been playing Drakengard,
Mm-hmm.
um, and it's a well documented game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to see somebody else's first time going through the game. I'll be more so interested in things like lore or uh, secrets or something along those lines. So even if it's something that I'm interested in or um, related to in some way, it's more about like the actual contents of the video, which can be hard to convey in a title because it'll just give away whatever it is you're doing. So you have to kind of find the balance of topic without spoiling.
I think the easiest way to catch my attention, just as somebody who looks for speedrunners, is usually just putting the words any percent or blank percent.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things in knowing the audience. So like, I agree having things that vaguely mention that it's not a first playthrough, that it has to do with lore, is a great way to catch attention. Like, no offense, the recent video, Dragon Dragon or Dragon Dragoon, it's punny. Like, watched it because I watched your videos, but if I just saw that randomly pop up, I never would have clicked it.
So what's interesting about that is Dragon Dragoon is the Japanese title for the game. The series is called Dragon Dragoon.
Okay, but like if somebody just put the Last of Us as their title, I wouldn't watch that video. you know.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those things where it's like if anybody who knows that the series is called Dragon Dragoon is a quote unquote real one, and they're more likely to stop and be like, "Oh, it's a fellow knower."
Right. In that situation, it might make a bit of a difference. Yes, I did play the furry shooter game, a longer video from a long time ago that you did, just because I'm like just looking at your page for quick reference. Uh, I think that one is a fine one, especially because you have your character up there, which is tying into things. So that's a great one. The Home Alone Bandit one you recently did, I don't like it. It's on the cusp of, in my opinion, being interesting, but I think
Did I really call it that?
you just said, I wish a Home Alone Bandit would right now.
Oh.
I'm just like, what? That just confuses me because, like, would what?
When was the last time you watched Home Alone?
Never.
Really? You've never seen Home Alone?
Nope.
That's interesting.
I've also never watched Cowboy Bebop, and I want to.
You should. That's a great, great anime with fantastic music.
I've heard nothing but good things about it. That's why it's like on my list if I do want to. I'm just bad about watching shit. Um, but yeah,
I figured
I,
out why I'm so bad at watching stuff recently,
What's that?
and it's very simple and very weird. I don't have a couch.
I don't either.
Yeah, but if I'm gonna sit and watch something, usually want to sit on like a couch or a really comfortable like lazy boy chair and watch something.
You're not
My
one of
feet
those
up.
people who put it on the second monitor while you're doing stuff?
If I do that, I'd rather it be something that I haven't seen before. I'd rather it be something I've seen before. Sorry,
Oh,
because
oh, okay.
that's how I've watched like I don't know Star Wars like a million times or Lord of the Rings.
also, for like the whole content grab, I think your shorts, for example, Eris, you have very good like just general namings and often not always like the image captures on it.
Completely
Really quick,
random.
do I need to swap servers?
No, I think we're all on the same server. I need you guys at Theta.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
at Levski.
same.
Yeah, we're avoiding Levski until we do turn-ins there because one, there's no ore around Levski, and two, Levski is just buggier.
Yeah, I'm looking
Okay.
at the wall right now, and it's not happy.
So we'll be using people service stations for the primary stop and go for anything that we need, with Levski only being stopped at to refine because Levski has no negatives to any ore refinery. But
As far
on
as
to the
content
topic.
creation goes, it sounds like I need to get a lot better at making thumbnails.
Yeah, it doesn't. Again, in my opinion, it doesn't have to be complex. Is the biggest thing. And the biggest problem with using AI, regardless of my personal opinions on it, is just that there is an audience who dislikes it, and the
Oh
audience
yeah.
who doesn't care likely isn't really caring in a general sense about a lot of things. So that's a hard. The audience who doesn't care about Gen AI and are going to watch your content because of Gen AI thumbnails are the type that have, in my opinion, often shorter attention spans. They're looking for flashier things. They're looking for bigger content creators. They're look
Is
there's
AI
it is.
capable of making flashy things?
Yes, there's somebody I still watch them live stream, but I used to watch their YouTube videos just because they were a chill person and I like their streams and I just watched their videos to support it. They started spam using AI generated content and I just stopped watching their videos because I don't like to be completely clear. I wholeheartedly disapprove of generative AI. I don't care about AI in a general sense. It's fucking stupid to think all AI is like generative AI, but I think
True.
generative AI is nothing but stolen and illegal content, like
I
illegal
agree.
harming of people,
A bunch
used
of the
to
internet.
maliciously cut off people who are actually trying to do things. The only reason Gen AI, in my opinion, ever does good is because its entire point is to ruin artistic, actual art and cut out people.
I mean, so here's like, I guess if you're having AI generate the entire thumbnail and taking it as is and throwing it on the channel, yeah, I could see how that could be slop. But I've always kind of figured that because I have used AI, shocker, but it was for background. I think it was when I was telling the story about like the mess I made while eating spaghetti once, and I wanted something really specific with the ceiling fan. And it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and my ceiling fan was dusty, and I didn't feel like it. So I'm like, well, people would get mad if I use this. And I was like, wait a minute. No, they won't, because who in the hell is going to send me footage of their ceiling fan at that point in time? And I'm still, doing my own thing over it. So I guess if you're going to use it, you still want to, like, do something with your own touch, your own creativity with it. I guess. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think that's the bare minimum. But so I'll give my full take on generative AI before like we go too deep down the rabbit hole because like I'm not just an AI hater, you know.
Yeah. And I'm not like
I
an
think
AI
actually
advocate either.
I think generative AI could actually be used to be done some really cool things and could be an amazing artist tool. The problem is it's generated based on stolen content and illegal methods. What I think would be a great future for generative AI is, let's say I as an artist get a local or whatever a trained generative AI that I have agreed to use, or it's just a personal one, or it's one I am selling my stuff to. Whatever the case is, it's mutual. It's a through agreement, and it might just be personal or it might be sold. I train it off of my art, and I use that to assist me in my art process. That is not stealing from my art because it's trained through my art. I'm refining it. It is all done through the artist and just through tools that have learned from the artist to assist them. I don't think there's anything wrong in a situation like that. The problem is generative AI isn't done like that. That's not how generative AI works, and that's not what the vast majority of people are using it for. But I think it'd be really
Most
cool
generative
for,
AI. I think it kind of depends on whatever service or system it is. But as far
well,
as the
there's
whole it taking content from artists and stuff, sure, I get that. And obviously,
yeah,
anybody who works should be paid. But when you think about how the internet works, like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't pay for my anime. I don't pay for my music. I don't pay for. Sometimes I find video games on the floor. That's not necessarily a good thing, and I'm not necessarily proud of that. But as somebody who's worked in a bunch of different industries, I know that just because you spend the money doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to where you think or where you hope it's going. And that's one of the reasons why I've justified it to myself that it's okay to do certain things and not okay to do others. When it
fair. I
comes
see that
to
argument.
artists, I'd love it. I do respect artists in a general sense, but I think that a lot of artists have gotten greedy and lazy, and they want to treat art as their job, but they don't actually want to do any of the work that's associated with that. They think all they have to do is produce a picture and they can call it a day. Where you've taken commissions and you understand that communication and There's more to it than just get money, make picture, right?
Yeah.
Well, when that stops being the general thing with a majority of artists on the internet, well, then yes, you're going to have a lot more theft. You're going to have a lot more people shying away from the standard commission pipeline.
I
And
think
that's
that's
why
again
that,
that's not how it genuinely is. Like you said, all that is a problem in the art industry, 100%.
sure.
But I think as a consumer in art, I am probably the highest consumer and with the most experience as a consumer for art and art stuff in a general sense in this call. Now, Des is an artist, I am not, so Des has a different perspective. But as for a consumer, I can promise you it's not hard to find people who, one, aren't going to be like that. Sure, it takes a little bit of work sometimes, and if you're needing a different style, then you sometimes have to go take those risks again and whatnot. But the greed really is when you get into the mainstream light of things. When you get into those extremely popular artists who are actually just fucking racist dirtbags or fucking people who have a huge list of people who they've never finished their art but always take their money. Like
Well,
that's
I
usually when you get into the more mainstream art. That's not like the average artist thing. It's on the very bottom tier and the very upper tier. The
I
most
I
average
disagree.
artist doesn't fall into that.
There, on the other side of that, just from the artist perspective, there are also commissioners that are terrible that will
Mm-hmm.
get a piece of finished artwork and then refund and then use PayPal to abuse the shit out of the system and get a refund.
Yeah. I won't lie. My very first piece of art, I had commissioned the art the artist was doing. They only take payment after the art was finished. I suddenly lost my source of income, and then I got delivered the art and asked for payment literally within the same week. And I was like, I this is the first time I'd ever commissioned art. I felt bad. I ghosted them. When I got my next job after that, it took a while for me to like recover because this was like during COVID.
Right.
I got a job, got everything caught up, got a car paid off, and I reached back to the artist and I paid them. But I
My
have been that
first
person and
commission was somebody who
haven't.
ghosted me after I finished something for them.
Yeah, I would say overall though, like I've definitely been, I have accidentally been that person, um, and but it was never malicious. But I've also seen
Sure.
tons of artists who are just malicious. Like I've seen an artist tell me it's going to cost this much, and then suddenly turn around and try to charge me 3 times as much,
Yep.
and
I've
guilt trip me, and it's just
I've
crazy.
experienced, so it's not even just like the amount of money. Sometimes it's the quality and it's the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of artists don't have any sort of discipline or worth ethic. And that's a part of having a job, discipline and worth ethic. You pay somebody to do a job and you understand that these things sort of take time, but then an entire year goes by and they haven't communicated with you, or they
And
rush something out and it's like, oh, you think that that's acceptable.
no, it's not. And I agree. Like so, like for example, I
I've seen
have.
that come from any kind of thing that, like, not just artists, but like, hey, can you, I don't know, fix like contract work for like on working on your house or something like that. I've seen the exact same thing happen there too.
Right.
And the logic there would then be, oh, let's just have AI do everything instead, and then have AI sloppily and build your house that's gonna fall apart in the next month, or fix
I
a
don't
road that's gonna fall apart. Like it's not done well.
I don't
There are a lot of bad things,
necessarily
and I
think
don't
that
think it's
AI is going to be like the replacement. I think AI, or those quick fix sort of deals are usually to hold you over until something more permanent can happen. Like with
sure.
Leaflet's AI VTuber thing that she put out. I imagine that people will be happy to use that to start with, but eventually they will, I mean, assuming that they find any sort of success or joy, they will want to migrate to something that is actually created by a person.
So I'm not fully familiar with what that is. But I do also want to emphasize again there's a difference between generative AI and AI in a general sense.
Yeah.
Even like your Alexa, your Google, and your phone. A
That's
lot of
not
these features,
AI.
it is AI. It is that is it's not true AI. Generative AI is not true AI. Actual AI doesn't fucking exist. So we can drop that.
Well,
But
I
now
mean,
it's being called general intelligence AI.
I
yeah,
think
so
I think
AI
the
is
AI that we're
just used all
trying
over the
to
place.
like discuss is based off of a information archive or something like that. They had another term for it, of like how they gather and store information to teach the model, but I
Right.
can't
Well,
remember
what
what
I'm
it
saying is
is.
like there's very difference even amongst those machine-based learning models, or language learning models, or all these other different models that are out there from machine learning. There's a difference in types of AI. And
But
what
I
I'm
think
saying
stuff
is
like Alexa and Google are more like search engines than,
because they're tied to
say,
that, but you can literally like okay, even without something that's just tied to that, like uh other than like companion AIs, but chatbot AIs, even that is like there are some different like chatbot AIs. A lot of that shit's fucked. There's an entire series of problems with that where they have it abuses mentally ill people to a ridiculous degree. But um, chatbot AI is a different type of AI than generative AI. The Google AI, like there's two different types of AIs. You have your Google AI, which is just a search engine that does slightly extra stuff, and then you have
and then
like
there's
your
Copilot.
Hey Siri and Copilot, and that's what I'm talking about. Siri and Copilot, Alexa, those types of things that integrate much further than a search engine. The AI in those are significantly different. So each of them have to be approached in their own way with their own logic and everything. So one blanket statement is not going to kind of cover all of it.
I've never considered Siri, Alexa, or even Cortana on Windows AI. I think AI, as far as this sort of discussion goes, is something like your Chat GPTs and your, what's the other one?
What's the difference between Siri and ChatGPT other than that the quantity of information they have?
Siri, Cortana, and Alexa, when you ask them questions, they're actually doing like a search on their platform. It's like an input. Whereas
Okay, when you're
ChatGPT
inputting in
is
ChatGPT, you're searching its
gathering
database.
and storing information inside of its database. If that makes any difference. So like when you say okay Google, oops sorry, when you say that, you're essentially just opening up a tab on Google with your microphone active and your voice acts as what the words go into the search bar. That's not AI.
It's it still uses AI to interpret your voice and is trained on a lot of different people and still gets made the same way to interpret your voice and to turn that into text.
It
Voice
also
to
It still
text has
aggregates.
existed for years though.
yeah,
It's a
that's very
lot
primitive
different
AI.
now. Only
Yeah,
now is it actually being used, like trained with AI in mind
there's
and using
also the
modern AI
fact
techniques.
that all of those things use like data and information specifically garnered to curate stuff. You can ask 50 different people to make a same Google search, for example, and from like simplifying it to that, and it's going to get different curated results for each of those people because
In my
it's
experience, the only
actively.
times those searches should be different are when they're in different regions.
But that's not how it works. Cool. That's what you want it to work. That's not how it works. Um,
Last time I checked, that's how it worked.
like Google is literally in a lawsuit right now over shit like that. That's not how it works. And a court has ruled Google
I was sitting in the lobby
At
this whole
fault.
time.
At
I'm
fault.
trying to figure out how to get on this stupid ship.
You see the big circular lights? Or do I have it turned off? There's a button right above you. So on your right hand side, it's glowing orange.
Good old punch me in the face orange.
Why in the
Yeah.
heck?
But yeah, that stuff is curated for you, and it is currently because it's trying to curate information that it's trained to give you, specifically trained to give you, or that it thinks you want to hear. It gives misinformation all the time. And that is more than just a search engine, because if you go back 15 years before AI was such a rampant thing, and misinformation was always a problem, but it wasn't the search engine slamming you in the face with misinformation, if that makes sense. It was, yes, there's just misinformation online and you need to be aware of it. Now it's trying to curate that information and tell you what it feels like or thinks it needs to tell you. Grok is
Yeah,
a prime
the difference
example of that.
is one was just people trolling online like, "Hey, is it safe to drink bleach?" "Oh, absolutely." As some guy on 4chan said during your Google search, whereas now it's like AI is just like, "Well, you've been looking up drinking bleach for the past like 4 days, so yeah, sure, it's probably safe to drink."
Right.
And that's just because the AI is trying to give you what you want to hear.
Yes. So that's why it is AI and not just a search engine. It's not been just a search engine for a long time. And it's just all that stuff needs to be approached differently just because they're all being trying to be abused in different ways by billionaires at the end of the day is really what's going on.
Well,
Each one.
in this situation, it's not just billionaires; it's people who are also broke who are trying to abuse it, which I
Sure.
completely understand. And
Well,
my
and also
problem
with
with it
generative AI,
comes to like the people who are the most vocal against AI is
I'll be right back.
okay.
Go ahead.
Their focus and their attention are always like whenever a challenge rises against you as an individual, if your first instinct is to complain about it rather than try and find ways to overcome it, then it must not be that big of a problem for you because you still have time to just sit there and complain.
I disagree with that logic. I think that's toxic mentality.
All of the
Like,
artists I follow, I tell them all the time that they have nothing to fear from AI because they have a strong worth ethic, they have a style that people genuinely enjoy, and as far as art being their work, I can treat them like a professional because they act like one. Whereas
right,
the quote unquote mainstream artists that aren't necessarily popular, again, they're just vocal people. Um, they're the type of people who always have open comms. They're the type of people who spend more time on Twitter than they do actually creating anything.
oh, yeah, that's just the toxic vocal minority. That's how it always works. I can promise you 90% of the artists that I commission and I actively commission aren't actively vocal on any social media platforms.
I mean, that's personal
Every
bias.
artist, it's not that I just avoid artists who are vocal because like, oh, that's my bias. I don't like commissioning vocal artists. No, I have commissioned a lot of artists. I've commissioned all kinds of things. I've
No,
made
no, no. I'm saying that just because you have only
Oh
like none
yeah,
of the artists you
sure,
know are
sure,
vocal
sure.
about
But
it.
what I was meaning is that like this is also just a thing in a general sense. Yes, that is personal, my bias with artists, whatever. There's a lot of professional artists that I've worked with that were active on media, but the ones I've reliably worked with that, and that is a bias. But in a general sense, it is shown that just because it's loud on social media, that does not reference the general populace. Like just because, like, let's say for example, a couple racist people. Like, if you would look at social media, you would think America is 99% either extremely conservative people or extremely liberal people. I don't think that is the average American.
That's
I
certainly
don't
the
think
impression I get.
right. But that's just because like you can't just say, oh yeah, but all these people vocal. Like yes, they're vocal. They're not. That's not actually an accurate slice of data.
I
If
need
you're
my
going
Well,
off
morning
of who's
juice.
and the same thing could be said about, earlier when you said that it's easy to find artists who are hardworking and have a good work ethic.
I
Uh,
wasn't saying it was easy.
no,
Like you can. It's not easy. I didn't claim it was easy.
I
Yeah,
think
those
when it
been
comes to a general sense of people, I'm gonna be honest. I have found artists that I love and respect, but in a general sense, I think that artists are bums. There, I said it.
you think they're what?
Bums.
Damn.
Okay. I mean, you can say that about any content creators. So
Sure, sure. And I say that because people who wear what they do as like a badge instead of like the results of what they do, the worst. So when an artist is there on Twitter or anywhere and I have to go searching for their quote unquote art, the term artist just becomes a label. Completely worthless, devoid of value. I mean, we can call each other whatever we want, but it doesn't necessarily make it so. Right? What the heck was that?
I mean, that's something I've always had a agreement on. For as a customer, if I go to your page and I go check your art tab on Twitter or whatever, and I have to work to find your art, yeah, that I'm instantly just not commissioning that artist. It's just because one, either they aren't that much of an actual artist and it's just a shitpost page, or two, they don't actively actually do art. So like there's a bunch it is a giant red flag when I see an artist page and that's the case. I can agree with that. But
There's a lot of them.
there is. But again, that's just people who being on social media. Like it is
One of the problems too with just being an artist in general is that there's no process. There's no to becoming an artist. You just kind of say, "I'm an artist. Look,
Yeah,
here I made a picture," and regardless of its quality, you are technically an artist. It's not
yeah.
like something like an engineer or like a doctor or something like that, where there's like, "Oh, I went to school. I am considered a blah," or "I
yeah,
went to school for this."
absolutely.
I
And
mean,
what
there was at one point a push to say that the only people who've gone to art school can say that they are artists, which I
Which I
don't
think
think
is
is
stupid.
necessarily true,
I
because
think
that
that's
just
just
cuts out a lot of
superiority.
people who are self-taught.
Yeah. That's just a superiority complex.
Yeah,
Um but yeah. Let's see what we got here.
I'd say it takes a lot more curation in order to find like decent artists out there, and that is a problem. But that's always going to be a problem in any kind of uh, field where you have or people are taking on freelance work.
and the problem stems from the fact that there are so many people who are able to just proclaim themselves as an artist, and
I
actual
mean,
hardworking artists don't really call them out. So it's a giant grab bag of people who
Well,
can't be relied upon when it comes
that's
to
not
stuff like
entirely true.
commissions.
I've seen some artists actually call out, like, say for example, customers that are really bad, but it's hard to really get a good network of that information going. Like, there isn't like a artist guild or something like that where you can go and
yeah. And
commission an
the thing
artist
is,
that have kind of proven themselves.
well, that's what
Well,
Vjin and stuff like that is for. But the problem is a lot of that stuff gets corrupt. People get in power. It gets manipulated. It's unfortunately the same stuff that happens with so much stuff. Is that like artists themselves aren't bad, but you throw a bunch of artists out there doing toxic stuff and it gets bad. So yeah, if both of you could be on that on low power, this is a very valuable rock. So this is a rock we're just mining for profit.
Okay.
Okay.
It is one of two materials exclusive to the solar system here, and it sells for a very very large amount. But I don't know. I think I've noticed, Eris, you have a fixation that when you don't like a certain minority that's vocal online, that corrupts your opinion of the entire. You don't stereotype everybody. You don't like make everybody who's a part of that culture to be that type of people. But art, like annoying vocal artists online that bothers you, you now have like it you act like that's just a general thing for artists when that is such a small subsection of artists. They're just
I
vocal.
I feel that way in general about pretty much everything.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I was meaning. It's like
it's
I used artists
it's
as an
not
example
so
off the top.
much that I think that all of them are, or like I think that I have to find a reason, especially when it comes to money and things like that, is when it comes to money and me, professionalism is everything. And once you prove that I can engage with you in a professional capacity, then I have no problems with you.
Yeah,
Are we getting all
But
the lindinium?
anything with Lidinium.
Okay.
okay, fracture mode. How do I? Let's see you.
Left alt click is to swap modes. But yeah, no, 100%. Like again, I have spent, I have well over 600 pieces of art commissions that I've done of various degrees of art quality, from things I got ridiculous good deals to things I ridiculously overpaid for. Uh, so I have the entire breadth of experience. There's like obviously I don't. There's some things like I just haven't commissioned some of the huge big shots out there that exist, but I just don't. I don't commission for people based off of uh, name personally. It is
Let me tell you about my unique perspective on this. I have told friends and former friends of mine to stop taking commissions.
yeah. No, there's definitely some people who shouldn't be. I definitely think there is a group of people that have the wrong mentality. Like I don't disagree with the problem. Like what you're saying about there being a problem with artists just taking on too much work and not being
Mm-mm.
so while we are taking on anything that has lindinium, it needs to not just be like 3%.
Oh,
So it's all good. But that if it's just 3%, that's nothing. It's like sorting through the dirt for pennies. But no, I'm not disregarding that is a problem. But like it's tying the conversation was tying that problem to multiple things when they are both problems, but they're not mutually inclusive problems. So,
I
like,
mean,
yes, a lot of
I
artists are hobbyists who are selling it, which brings money into it, in which professionalism, if it's being advertised, needs to be a thing.
I respect your idea that the general population of artists aren't these bad actors, but I just don't share it.
So, okay, there's a difference between bagged actors and idiots, in my
Is there?
opinion. Yes, bad actors is intent. Uh, and, like, I don't think, like, the average person who is I don't know, racist, sexist, or anything. I don't think they're genuinely bad people. They're just fucking ignorant people. That a lot of them are, but anyhow, in a general sense, there are tons of fucked up artists and people out there. So like on the very vague thing of yes, they are not professional about timelines, about accepting money, about workflow. A lot of them don't communicate that well, and they aren't good at that. That is very true. But one, you have to understand this is not an industry. Art is not an industry. It never will be. Hell,
Sure.
if you guys want to use this argument, I came up to you guys and commissioned you guys for something. By the same logic, theoretically, if we're going by the same level of judgments, that was worse than any art experience I've had in the last year.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I apologize for that.
I think about that all the time, and my original plan was to make that a regular thing, is to help people get 3D models, and that went so unbelievably badly that I was like, no, 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 no.
Right, but like I understand that it wasn't so malicious, and I understand like it's not like I'm just saying, oh, I forgive you guys, blah blah blah. That's not what I'm trying to get at. Is I went into that with expectations and understanding that this was basically like a startup. It probably wasn't going to go well. I knew that going in. That's why I have no salty feelings over it. But yeah. So if you're some fucking
I
spring chicken going out commissioning your artist for the first time, yes, the average person is going to have a shit experience. 100%. They're going to get bamboozled by artists who are either actually bad actors or are just so used to the quote unquote standards that they do stupid stuff.
Right,
That
but
they are doing shitty things and don't realize it because it's quote unquote normal because they don't get called out for it.
right, and imagine if we didn't have the wherewithal to know that this wasn't going to be like sustainable long
Alright.
term. Imagine if I
So
didn't go,
you guys at
this
100?
isn't going to work out.
I'm not at 100. No.
Alright, go ahead
Um,
and slowly crank up for me because I'm at 100.
Okay. I wasn't
I'm
sure
at
if you were or not.
67.
Sorry.
That's all good. I have the biggest laser, so like me controlling my powers is arguably more important. But I'm at 100, so it's on you two for this one. No, I agree, and you guys did good on that. Like, and there are a lot of artists who are sadly they wait until it becomes a glaring issue, until they're behind on comms, until they're making the mistakes. Well, I mean, I guess that technically happened in this situation as well, but they wait until that happens to then take the step back. But
Some of them
um,
won't take a step back.
a lot of
They'll
them won't.
just move on
They'll
to the
hold
next
out.
person. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
they'll just completely abandon comms. I won't say a lot of them do that. A lot of them don't. They keep themselves sinking, is what I'll say, and then a small selection of them uh, are just are actual bad actors, and they're the type that know what they're doing and they don't care. Those are the bad actors. They
well,
know.
even if they're not a bad actor, like if they don't, they're not understanding that they're not compatible with the business model that they're trying to stick with.
Mm-hmm.
At that point in
That's
time,
still
it
bad
doesn't really
behavior.
matter what their intent is. They're still a problem, and those bad
Mm-hmm.
experiences are what are leading people to get frustrated at the idea of getting a piece of art commissioned, and it's turning them to AI.
Well,
I've
I don't
seen it.
think it's turning to people to AI. I think that it does happen. I'm not pretending it doesn't, but I don't think that's typically the case. I think most people who are using AI just don't care and they're using AI in the first place.
No, I disagree with that. I think a lot of people would love, like, if there were a better way, they would do it.
Well, there is ways out there. Like you can, there's things that they. So, for
Better
example,
being the
so
the heavy thing.
VGen isn't a brand new thing, and it's growing in popularity. But that's just one example. Fiverr and VGen are both examples that are
I've
out there.
used VGen. I haven't used Fiverr, but I've used things like Booth. I've used um, what's that other one? What does Pi have?
So, they have built-in systems for basically vetting artists, ways to get your money back very easily. They protect both the client and the artist quite well in a lot of situations. Fiverr less so because Fiverr's gotten corrupt as a company. Um, but and I don't doubt that VGen eventually will. But with like it's very easy to
I'm at 100% on this rock.
Okay.
Des might have to help you then.
I am, and I'm at 100% as well, and
Oh
nothing.
shit. Okay. Let me go back down. Uh, Sadly, it's similar to a lot of things, and like outside of art as well. It's like contractor work, something that Des brought up, is a very good example of this, in my opinion. If you go into paying for your very first contractor to do something, all right. I'm gonna start low. Okay, cool. I can't lower my power, so you guys will need to. But when you go into contracting work, you need somebody to work on your flooring. Um, if you, I think you're at fault if you go in there completely fucking blind with no information, no knowledge, and expect it to just work out and
I'm
you
at
not to get
minimum.
ripped off. Yeah, Eris is. I don't know if Eris is just not was not lowering her power or something.
I was slowly lowering it, but it started
No,
going.
it was
There
almost
we
in
go.
red. Anytime it's in red, it blows up and we lose material and it tries to kill us. So
I
it
know.
doesn't matter if we fall out of the green for future reference. But I think that is just that's willful ignorance,
Oh,
and
sure. There's
I think
there's plenty of
a lot of people who go into
situations
commissioning art for the
where
first time are just willfully ignorant.
I think there are plenty of people on the consumer side of things who don't do their research and don't look into things. But that's not every time.
No, no, it's not. But we're talking about the general thing, and we're trying to justify the use of in this situation AI is what really feels like the topic is going on, and I think there's definitely I understand why some people use it. I don't agree with it, but I understand why some people use it, and there's again most of the time though that people are using AI is to make up for something else though is the thing. Clips on their logos. You don't need any of that stuff to be crazy. I'm not an artist. I like that's one of the things that like I don't have the patience or the talent to be an artist. Like I don't just have any natural talent and I don't have the patience to learn. I can still go out there and fucking if I wanted to create a layout from scratch just using a bunch of very simple graphic design tools that aren't AI generated, it's very easy to make a fully custom thing. I can find ghost images if I wanted to have a spooky theme and like get little PG icons that I can do stuff with. That is it is not hard to be creative and be artistic. It
Sure.
is when you are wanting this quality that you do not need and you
Well,
just
you're
want to pay money is when
there's
I feel like
another
where most people are going to AI.
there's another aspect that you're not like honing in on, and that's like the time frame. So for me, with that situation with the clip service,
Mm-hmm.
that was like a 4 hour VOD. Um, and it created like 15 clips from that 4 hour VOD. I've done it before,
Yeah, that I
tons.
think that's fine AI. That's not generative AI. Like again, there's different types of AI. I'm
Right,
not
right.
saying
So
don't use
when it
AI.
when it comes to what I'm saying though, is that with these people and various forms of Gen AI, like with a schedule and backgrounds and logos, it's not that it's difficult or easy. Sometimes it's about time. Sometimes it's about, those other sort of factors. I was lucky to have Des create a logo for me. I wasn't going to use the AI to generate one, but in the back of my mind, I was like, dang, I really need to do something about having a logo, but I got to get this video done by this particular time so I can upload it to the channel and then do the next thing.
Hmm. I mean,
So,
time is always a problem, but there's if you would have used if that's the excuse and justification, sure, whatever. Like
okay,
if that's your
okay,
justification, then
but
you're
that's
it's
not
not
the
going
only
to.
one, though. When I say time, it's like, okay, sure, I don't have enough time to do a thing, but there's also timing. Like I said, with the using generative AI to make a ceiling fan video to put in the background, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you do
Sure,
it then?
I should have. Why? Because
Why did you do
I
it
wanted
early?
to. because I was working on a not shit post video. So, you know,
Okay.
a lot of the shit post generative AI videos that you see that are getting popular, like the AI stormtroopers, nobody's going to animate that. Who are you going to get? Who are you going to pay to do some of this goofy stuff? And how long is that going to take? And how much is that going to
So
cost you?
I mean, people have worked hard on shit posts before.
Yeah, but have they
yeah,
ever worked
With
hard on
AI.
your shit post?
I mean, I'd work hard on a shit post if I thought it was funny enough.
so again, I think the glorious thing of what should happen is because sure, I have again I've mentioned I'm not that creative of a person. I have tons of fucking ideas, but I most of them don't see the fucking light of day.
Same.
Because so the very argument that you're using is like, oh yeah, that you have creative ideas, but you don't have the means to generate it, and you don't have the money. Okay, well then like just because people have ideas for
Hi,
cool
Mama.
movies doesn't mean every fucking idea of a movie that is ever thought of needs to be designed. Like it's
Sure.
unfortunate. Tons of people have ideas of movies. Some of the worst movies out there, there were cool ideas on paper, but it's just if it really bothered me that much, I would learn the skills. But I'm comfortable not learning the skills and relying on people who do, who have that talent, or finding things that I am actually willing to devote my talents to learning to
I
explore
have.
different skills.
I feel the same way. I've gone out of my way to learn all sorts of different tools, programs, and softwares, but I am
That's
at my limit.
arguably the reason I'm an artist, is going out of my way to learn something.
And I think that's how it should be. Like, because, again, I don't think generative AI makes good content. It can make
I don't either.
fine content when people who actually work on it afterward are fine. Like, I'm not saying I'm against generative AI just existing. I'm against the create what was used to create generative AI and the profit and the fucked up shit that's being done with it. Like
I.
it's regulated currently. Did you
Mhm.
not like? Are you guys aware of all the shit that went on with Grok on
Yep,
Twitter?
of
I
course.
knew some of it, like them using generative AI to, I don't know, like put people, like undress people and things like that
They were
in
doing
the
Yep,
that for
news.
people of all ages,
yep.
All
and
ages, yeah, of course.
Grok was mass producing that.
Obviously, that sort of thing is bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, because it was people of all ages is the only reason it was stopped. If it was
Sure.
just undressing people, Grok wouldn't have stopped it because they're getting money off of people paying for Grok currency to be able to use Grok and generate that stuff. The only reason they stopped doing it is because it included people of all ages and it became an illegal thing, and then they dealt with it. So,
You don't
again, I'm
really
not saying that
pay
hey,
for Grok unless you're generating like tons of images a day, in which case they have a premium plan.
right, the people who are active consumers of AI are either or generative AI are either constantly using it or they're and paying for it or they're jumping around 20 different free platforms making tons of alt accounts which they're paying for it with their time in my opinion.
I don't think that that's a general thing that people are doing.
People who are active users of AI spam produce AI stuff.
That or they have like their own AI that they locally run.
Yeah. Those are usually a lot more advanced. I would not say that's the general user, but I would
Yeah.
I
say
I don't think the general user of AI is spending money on Grok.
maybe not on Grok, but on something. Like, because the thing is, we're not even talking about people who are actually fucking intelligent. I'm talking about just people using AI. Like, so this conversation's assuming people are intelligent. You do not know how much people spend on mobile games.
Of course, I know how much people spend on. I'm
It's
a
absolutely
Yeah.
VTuber.
freaking ridiculous. Um, so those people are often the people like who are disconnected. These I like just generally disconnected with a lot of things and have no care about their money. oh, I'm wanting to generate this funny image idea I had. Ha ha ha. Oh, hey, it wants some money. Okay, I'm throwing some money at it. And then you have the fucking all kinds of shit done with AI, generative AI or not, that is just leeching their money. It's most aggressive on mobile. On PC, it's a lot less aggressive because there's a lot more uh, discourse and discussion and contention going on online. Oh, that was my fault. So pull off of it, Eris.
I was looking at a completely different rock.
Okay, I didn't know. The laser looked like you were on the rock I was on. I just blew up this rock in my face.
There's another one over here.
Yep.
Luckily,
won't
that
touch
rock
it.
didn't have too much.
Yeah, it's 3 SU, nothing too crazy. But yeah, it's just I think if we looked up how much money, I don't think everybody who touches AI or uses it frequently is all spending money. But I think if you look at the percentages, the people who are actively generating and actively keep coming back to AI, not across the total breadth of people using AI in a general sense, I would say the majority of the subgroups, the largest subgroup is spending money. That's not to say more than 50% is.
I
The
think the
majority
bulk
you
of
have.
how AI is making its money is from like enterprise tokens.
I mean, it is now, yes, but it's making that. How is it making that money from the enterprise thing, other than like companies investing into the AI?
No,
But
no, no,
for
no.
that to
What
have
happens
happened,
is companies will make a deal with AI. They'll be like, we're going to buy this many, so our workers can use AI. And then they get forced to
right?
do
But what
that.
had to be done for that to happen? There had to be a market for AI, that people were paying money for AI.
I
I
think
like
a lot of these developers didn't create a market. They just lied and said that there was, and that AI was going to be the future, and businesses and a bunch of people just kind of bought into that.
I mean, it is a very high level manipulative thing. Like anything that goes into the bureaucracies of fucked up billionaires, they live in a different world than us in their own fucking
Well,
bubbles.
because
But
this like entire situation happened because people were working on AI, and some very rich people just decided that AI was going to solve a problem, but didn't wait for that problem to arise and started buying into it before they started buying the band-aids before there was an injury.
you
So
create
the
problems
band-aids
and
have
so is the
become the
solution.
problem.
Yeah,
Although you could argue the same thing has been true
it's
for the
just done
tech
in
industry
general.
as a whole,
Yeah,
where, like, ever since the smartphone blew up, they've been trying to find the next smartphone ever since. It's the same thing with like TV manufacturing, right? Once we had HD TVs and flat screen TVs, everybody went out and bought new TVs, and they've been trying to push a new technology on us ever since, whether that's 4K, 3D, or whatever.
yeah. No, it is. Like after HD TVs, we honestly have not needed any development in TVs really. These 4K, these like 8K, these super ridiculous TVs is not there for the general populace. You don't need it, but it's being marketed as if it needs to be. And that's also kind of like why things have just become more consumerism rather than sustained products, because we're just at a lull of problems that need to be solved. So it's being
You
pulled
just
into
said my favorite
consumer
word. You just said my favorite
consumerism.
word because a lot of people think that this is like late stage capitalism. And sure, kinda, I guess, maybe not really. It's the massive amount of consumerism that's happening.
But the consumerism is happening in part with late stage capitalism. Like they don't have to be exclusive.
I think in this case they are simply because people have lost the willpower to go without the shiniest, newest, whatever. And that's the case with
No.
not just technology but also entertainment and
So
media in general.
I disagree, because I think those are the people who can't go without something new are the people who were birthed from capitalism. Like that is a byproduct of the capitalism. People who were
I
born like where it is now because it is fucking indoctrinating you from a young age. There's active lawsuits going on across the world over this stuff. Like, this is actual scientists who are backing up the fact that fucking corporations are getting you addicted to the new thing from young ages. They've been doing that
Yeah,
for
but it
years,
didn't
and it's only
start
now
that
becoming
way.
overwhelming.
It started because people needed more, 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 more. So these
No, it
companies have
didn't,
found
because
ways
it
to
started.
pump more, 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 and that of course feeds the addiction. And that's like a philosophical thing that we can go in circles about. You can say that capitalism is causing the consumerism. I say that consumerism is fueling the capitalism. It doesn't really
They're
matter
fueling each
because at
other,
the end of
but
the day, the
I'm
problem is
fueling.
still here.
Right. But my argument is just that it's not like I'm saying they feed into each other is the thing that I'm trying to get at, and we don't need that rock that's right beside us, Eris. I'm scanning all of them right now, so that's why I'm moving around. We've got a lot of really high quality. We've got some 900 quality aluminum, so we'll be able to craft you guys near max stat on recoil.
Nice.
Because aluminum and hephaestonite deal with recoil for the guns. So for one of the recoil stats, you're getting near maximum reduction. But I'm not saying that it's that consumerism isn't part of it. I'm saying they're both parts of it that feed into each other. Like, once companies find out, like, if companies just sold a car that would last 60 years or 10 years, 20 years without starting to break down, or refrigerators or just tools in general,
Like they used
then
to.
fewer people are buying it. Like, you will always have the Jetsons or the Joneses, keeping up with the Joneses. That will always be a thing. That's never not been a thing. So you're right, the consumerism thing is there. But the consumerism thing used to be, oh, you guys got this without me. The consumerism thing used to be a thing of the rich. That changed from targeting the rich to targeting the middle class, because the middle class became a bit more posturing with their wealth. So the consumerism of the middle class fed into it, and it just became a self-repeating cycle. I think it's both of them. Like, both
I
consumerism
wouldn't even
and
take it
capitalism
that
are both
far
right.
because we live in an age where people who are actually impoverished and broke will ruin their own lives so that they can pretend that they're middle class or upper class.
But I don't think that's the average. Like, that's realistically the common person.
I
Like, I
even if
grew up
it's
impoverished. Like, I know
it's
around it.
the amount of those people are high enough that it needs to be
Oh,
mentioned.
it is a group. It is a trend. I'm not pretending it isn't. Posturing and pretending you're something online for internet clout has
Oh
always
no,
known
no.
to be a
It's
thing.
not even for internet clout.
Well,
It's
just
for
clout
pure
in general.
self-fulfillment. No, it's not clout. It's just pure self-fulfillment.
Sure, sir, for some self fulfillment, like, all right, sure, I arguably do vaguely similar. Like, I've never ruined myself with my spending habits, but I have spent maybe more money than I should have grabbing art, because, like, it's just like, okay, yeah, I'm in a good enough space I can afford to spend money. Sure, I've done similar things to that, but I've never buying above my station. Like, sure, my computer arguably is like, for the income I'm making where I live, you would look at my computer and be like, that computer is way above it, but it's not something I just buy. This is like a once a year purchase, and it's going to last me 5+ years, 8 years, however long I can squeeze out of it. I'm not buying a
That's
new desk every time a desk comes out. But I
great
also don't think
for
that is,
you.
sure, but I don't think that is common. Like, I grew up in a fucking impoverished family and an impoverished community. They were people like that, but that is a small group. Like, I'm not saying that the group isn't there. It's just acting like that is a common or a bigger issue
So
than.
here's how I like I'm getting a bunch of this information and these ideas about how the group is not small at all. It's massive. I follow a show called Financial Audit, Caleb Hammer, and basically this is a YouTuber content creator who goes
Oh yeah,
around.
no, I know. He goes around and makes fun of, like, he
I'm
tries to help
explaining for
people.
people who are watching. or who
Yeah,
might watch
my
later,
apologies.
this
I
guy
didn't realize I knew who he was.
he goes around and he basically picks people from all over the country. I think, yeah, just the country, just the United States, and tries to help them get their debts and their finances in order. And obviously, it's a small sample
Oh, I
size
think I
because
know
it's
this
one
guy.
country, and he's obviously trying to play it up because it's a popular view thing. But one of the most common trends with the people on his shows and their spending habits and where a lot of their debt comes from is the fact that they love Disney. They adore Disney. And these people are frequently putting themselves into hundreds, well, not hundreds, tens of thousands of dollars of debt so that they can go to Disneyland. Um, and the trend changes with the age group, but there's always some sort of sensationalized fixation that is expensive and in many cases overpriced that people are going into debt over. The older people, it's cars. Our age group demographic would be more so Disneyland, and for younger people, it's bullshit like Labubu and cell phones and shoes and crap like that.
It is
But
a problem, yeah.
these are people who are earning, you know,
Funny trend in that, just quickly.
mhm.
Funny trend in that. Notice how the items get cheaper as you go down in generation.
But the debt isn't. So
I'm not saying
they're
it isn't. I'm just saying it's just funny how that trend seems to be the thing.
yeah, it's I'm glad you brought that up because people are going into the same amount of debt for cheaper and cheaper items because they
Yeah.
just gotta have more. They
And it's
gotta
also obtainable. Cheaper items are more attainable than a car is. Like I do know people who have gone into debt over cars.
yeah,
Like just because that is it makes them feel good. Like
right.
that mentality. Cars is cars especially is very big. But and but the cheaper items like Des is talking about, it's because it's less affordable for somebody to get a $30,000 car that they can't afford and get into debt making payments on that than it is to buy $1,000 bag and then do another $1,000 bag and then do another $1,000 bag
Well,
and
that's
then the
that's why I'm so hung up on the consumerism part because there's
Mhm.
there never seems to be a point where a person is satisfied with what they've got to the point that they're ruining their futures in order to get more of the thing that they don't necessarily need. And this is across,
it is
the
a widespread
class.
issue.
What's that?
It is a very widespread issue. It's just I don't think I think it's an issue that it's one of those issues that do need to be addressed, but I don't think it is actually like that common in the aspect of
I mean, the other thing is
I don't know. You're not gonna
you have to
averagely know
think
something.
of the
I do.
demographic of somebody who would go out and ask for that kind of help too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a cousin. Oop, that's close. That's too much. Um, doesn't earn a whole lot of money. Frequently between jobs. And she loves to take her son to Disney World and will do pretty much anything to do it, including
There is a
things like borrow
strange
money from other
phenomenon
people.
with Disneyland in particular that I've heard of where a lot of people who go there just get really obsessed with it and they have to go, they try to make it a point to go like every year or something like that. I've never
Yes.
It's an
been.
absurd. It's like it's childhood nostalgia mixed in with
Oops.
escapism because it has something for everybody.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
too many people were raised, and I say this as one, as Disney babies,
Oh
where
yeah, I mean, so was
they were
I.
I
they
was
were stuck
attempted,
in
but I
front of the
resisted.
TV and raised by Disney. Like the parents didn't want to parent. Disney was what parented.
The only
my
way my
sister
mom could keep me
loves
calm and
Disney.
quiet was to put on a movie.
Right.
And as a single parent, you kind of need moments of like, all right, just don't be a child for like an hour.
Yeah,
Sure.
I was a first child. Yeah, I grew up with an excessive amount of that.
I was
I was an only child for a number of years, and then I was raised with a step sibling, and then an only child again.
as the youngest. My sister could sit. Oh gosh, that's quick.
Yeah, we need anything that's over 700 is what we want to pick up.
700.
Yeah, 780, because there's only the 780, but anything over 700 we want to pick up.
My sister could rewatch the same Disney movie for 48 hours and it would not bother her. Um, I could sit in front of the TV and watch various cartoons for that amount of time, but if it was the same thing, I was going to go crazy. I also don't like singing in my movies, so I wasn't. I should have been a Disney kid, but I just mentally wasn't.
So there's good ones and there's bad ones. There's ages of animated cartoons in general. Like I think Hunchback of Notre Dame, Hellfire was an amazing song, and there were so many like amazing storylines in it. There was a was it the Prince of Egypt, the one that was based off of like
That
it
wasn't
wasn't a
Disney, but yeah, that one
Yeah,
was really good.
it
yeah, that's
wasn't
a good
Disney,
one.
but it was one based off of the Bible,
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that
any
one
of
was
Donald
amazing.
Bluth films.
Yeah, oh, they did so many good ones. I'm so sad that they didn't like stay to continue generating.
Titan
Um,
AE killed him.
oh gosh, Titan AE was so good though. I love that movie.
I know, but it did terribly.
But here's the thing though, despite my sister being pretty much raised on Disney, she's not a Disney adult.
yeah, not everyone is.
She also doesn't have this consumerist, like any sort of consumerist fixation where she's got to have the newest and the latest of anything. As I know tons of people with video games, for example, because we all play those, who will buy a video game that they don't even that they're not even interested in. They're buying it just because it's the new release.
Oh yeah, I'm not that bad. I am a bit of a consumerist when it comes to video games. But that's also I do attribute that to not full blown ADHD, but ADHD tendencies of it. It's easier to engage with something new. So, like roguelikes, I'm a huge fan of roguelikes. And I have tendencies that when a new roguelike is coming out, it's easier for me to want to play it, want to engage it, and play it for hours. And I've gotten better. I've gotten a repertoire of roguelikes now that I cycle between them. Eventually, I do play all the content one of them has, and it does just kind of get shelved after that point. But I am much better now at completing those games than I used to be because it was very much so kind of a consumerist something new idea. But that is also companies are wanting to breed that into people, into the youth to so when they grow up they are consumerists buying into things because of a shorter attention span. They're not completing games. They don't need to complete games. They're just buying the games to
I mean,
play
you could
them and then
even
drop it.
a good example of this is just look at, say, for example, McDonald's. How they used to advertise the toy they would have, and having all of the Ronald McDonald characters, and now you don't really see them very much.
Yeah,
You see them
Yeah.
kind of in the background, and that's about it. Whereas they
It
were
was
a lot
always
more
such
actively pushed
a
when I was young.
it was always such a big thing to collect all the toys from a set,
Yeah,
or sometimes
yeah.
a very specific toy, but it was often collect all the toys from a set.
yeah, like I don't know. You might remember this one, Eris, the Inspector Gadget toy. That you
I
get pieces of them and you'd have to put them all together.
Yep, I do
Early
remember
form
that.
gotcha.
I also remember the Sonic handheld like toys
Oh yeah,
and
I
I
remember
don't
how
those.
remember.
how upset I was because I kept getting Sonic and Knuckles and I wanted Tails.
Yeah,
I thought Tails was a girl for the longest time.
I know so many people who did.
You know,
I don't remember when it was I learned otherwise, but for the longest time I just thought Tails was a girl, and I
I think that's why a
It
lot of
says
like
at the very
Dojin.
beginning of Sonic 2, Miles. Miles is not a girl's name, and that was the argument I always made. And they were like, no,
I
Tails
wouldn't have
is
been
I
able
totally
to
think
tell you
cool.
that Tails' name was Miles.
I didn't know that it
But
was
I was a
Miles Tails
dork.
for a long time either.
Hmm.
But I think that's why a lot of artists seem to like feminize Tails,
Tails is just very twink or femboy coded in a general sense. So
which is
like,
weird because Knuckles on a lot of old TVs, Knuckles looks more pink than red. But I
because
guess
pink
with a name
doesn't
like
mean
Yeah.
Knuckles,
femboy or twink though. Like
I thought Kirby was a girl for a long time.
Kirby, it was just a thing.
Kirby was just androgynous.
Be nice to
Yeah.
Kirby. Kirby's cool.
No, I mean,
I like Kirby.
I know of Kirby because I grew up in Kirby in McDonald's. Like, that's where I played
Freaking
Kirby
love
because
Kirby.
my mom worked at a McDonald's, and
Mhm.
so like, uh,
Kirby
if
64 was my first Kirby.
there was a
I
lot of
had
times I was just ended up hanging out just in the playground of McDonald's before they like started actively getting rid of them. I think there's only one McDonald's playground left in about a 50-mile radius of where I live. The rest of
Yeah,
them have all
they're
been
all gone
destroyed.
now from
yeah.
here,
Yeah,
at least
and
my
but
area.
I just remember playing the video games, and like Kirby was the one I remember playing the most at McDonald's.
I was given
There's
Kirby on my Game Boy for road trips because we traveled a lot.
I never had
And
a Game Boy.
Game
Oh,
Boy,
really?
if we weren't in the
Yeah.
car, I didn't want to touch my Game Boy.
The only
But
reason I ever had a Nintendo DS was because I traded another kid at school for it.
what the hell did you trade him? I would kill anyone for
So
touching my DS.
as I mentioned, so I did live in an impoverished area, but I also lived in an area that was a lot of like upper middle class people who were just generational wealth. And
Yeah.
so they had money. They would just fucking basically get their kids whatever the fuck they wanted. So the kids didn't actually care for it. It was just a action figure type toy for them.
Oh wow.
So, and I in middle school, I grew up in like my parents, like we had a PlayStation and stuff growing up. I played a Super Nintendo a lot. Like I played the old school Links and a bunch of other games. I can't remember all of them, but I wanted stuff and my parents couldn't afford to get it, so I built a habit of
You were the
wheeling and
side hustle
dealing
kid.
Yeah.
and trading. I would walk to the store in town. You know, I would spend an hour walking to the store to go buy a bunch of sodas because they would have those cheap. You can buy individual cans of soda and go to school and sell it for 3 times the amount.
Yep, I did that too.
And kids having pocket money, like so if I offered a kid 20, $50, they're like, yeah, I'll give you my DS. I don't
I
remember
went
what it
to a
was, but
poor
yeah.
school, so that shit wouldn't fly. You
No,
just get beaten up and your whatever you were trying to sell stolen.
what the heck is this? Why is there just this random
We
ship out here?
flying into the sun.
Well, I'm at a transit point, which I thought was in the Glacium Ring, so we could mine stuff in the Glacium Ring. I guess I was wrong. So I'm trying, or maybe this one's just a bad one. We'll head this
There
way.
was definitely a few of side hustle kids around in my area when I was growing
Yeah.
up that would trade video games and try to trade up to get
Mm-hmm.
like old consoles and things like that.
Yeah, that was a big thing. It wasn't
There was always
rich.
a kid trying to rip me off in particular, so I grew very leery of that kid.
That's fair. I never pressured people with it. I just made offers, and if people bit, they bit. I think there was once where I had to like undo a trade and got in a little trouble, but for the most part, I didn't because again, while this was a poorer area, like the graduating class was 50 kids. Um,
Right.
enough of the kids were well off just because their parents owned farms and they had generational wealth from being in a very white community that is very old.
We would trade toys and like food and other things, but once you made it up to the levels of like video games, that's like sacred territory. Like You you can borrow a video game, but trade? Ooh. Wait. We have to. There's a different system for that. We can't just go
I had
handing
enough
around
people.
video games.
I had enough people borrow my games because I was a little bit like my parents never put me through any kind of like sports or anything like that. So a lot of the budget that would go towards something like that just went to video games because that's what I was interested in as a kid. So I had a little bit more games than some of the people around me did. So people would usually come to my house and ask to borrow games and stuff like that. I had enough people steal like my games because I thought they were my friends, but they were just trying to use me to steal my games.
That sucks.
Yeah. I think something like a third of my N64 collection got stolen.
I actually didn't own a home Nintendo console until the Wii. It was Sega, then PlayStation.
It was either that or they would return it to back to me and it would be in the worst possible condition. One guy returned my copy of Final Fantasy 7 with a wad of gum stuck to the bottom of it.
Oh, hell no. Only two
Somebody
times I
stole
lent.
that same kid ended up stealing. He borrowed Final Fantasy 7 and he borrowed Final Fantasy 4 and Chrono Trigger. I
I
never
only.
saw 4 and Chrono Trigger again.
I lent out Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories and never got it back. But I had already been so miserable with that game that I was like, actually good. It's your curse
Yeah.
now. And then
Yeah, that game is a curse. It's a, oh, you want to play a Yu-Gi-Oh game? Here, why don't you play this one, you asshole?
I lent one of my friends, my neighbor, my Game Boy Color, and he broke it. And his parents whooped the crap out of him and bought me a DS. And that's how I got my DS. No, it was a Game Boy SP. That's how I got my Game Boy SP because he broke my Game Boy Color.
My dad bought me a Game Boy SP, and I lent somebody my Game Boy Advance and a copy of uh, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. And that both of those things never came back to me. Which was a shame because I actually had a Japanese uh, Game Boy Advance.
Did they region lock games on the Game Boy Advance?
They did not.
So did it matter that you had a Japanese one?
It did not matter at all. I
Oh.
managed to get. I got my Game Boy Advance early because my dad managed to pick one up at an Asian mall. It was something like, I want to say like a few months early. And he's just like, here you go. You like video games. But my dad tried to buy my affection when I was growing up, so
Ah.
that's how I got my PlayStation as well.
Yeah, I had that for a little bit. My sister was a bad victim of that.
You know, it's weird that my parents tried to buy my affection because I have both of them still, but they're the reasons why I hate Christmas. And it sounds like such like a steak too buttery, lobster too juicy situation, but every single year they would go ballistic with just crap and crap and crap and crap and crap. A lot of times I got a set of golf clubs one year.
What?
When I watched Space Jam once and he was golfing, and I thought, oh, golf, that's a thing. What am I gonna do with a full set of golf clubs? And they had this thing where it's like on Christmas Day you can't go out and play because you're supposed to spend time with the family, and we're gonna sit here with the TV off and open everything. And then you realize that the Christmas tree is being hoisted up to the ceiling with stuff, and it's like I just kind of I wanted like two things, really.
I'm more of a Thanksgiving person, personally.
Halloween.
Yes, all right. Halloween's my favorite, but for like family type holidays, Thanksgiving. Ooh, 870 iron. We're gonna be able to make some really good. Your guys' guns are gonna be better than the one I'm holding right now, and it's the one I'm holding actually has some really good stats. We found some really good material, but I grew up being more of a Thanksgiving kid because my mom was
I'm
really into
dying.
cooking, and she is a good cook.
You guys have any
You're
water?
dying.
I was like, why is the text on the screen so blurry? Because I have the game muted. I have like 7% water.
Dehydrated.
Forgot.
Do you
I
have
have some.
anything to drink?
I don't.
I have some cruise.
I have some stuff.
Okay.
Holy
You're
shit.
Like,
probably
oh, I
going to
might need
go
to
to.
relaunch my
Uh,
game or something.
About to go to Levski. We're outside of Levski after this rock will go land because this rock gives us 2 out of 3 of the materials we needed.
I just tried
Yeah.
dropping one.
So food
There
was
we
just
go.
always a big thing. My mom, our household
Thank
hosted
you.
Thanksgiving every
Yeah,
year.
that's how my household was too. My mom was is a good cook.
So yeah, it just became a thing I really associate with it because that one was actually a focus on family. Because think Christmas was like smaller
Stuff.
events, maybe multiple smaller ones, and it was based on
Oh,
stuff. Thanksgiving was we're spending time. Okay, you want to go play video games or board games with your cousins? Go do that, or maybe the cousins didn't show up. You're just kind of hanging around the adults. Like it just was an actual event, is really what it was. And so I always grew up with fond memories of Thanksgiving because of that. And then I just like Halloween because I like spooky gothic things. I'm a basic bitch in that aspect.
I
That's why I like
used to
Halloween.
like. I like October because it's autumn and cool and. But at a
Because it's
certain point in time,
glad the
Halloween
sun finally
started
set.
becoming just gore.
Yeah, I
And
don't really care for Halloween itself. I just like Halloween in a general sense, not necessarily specific Halloween.
I
But you,
I do like Halloween. I like dressing up. I like going to parties for that. I like eating too many sweets. I like the horror
I like the
aspect of it all.
sweets.
But I feel like Halloween has done the same thing that Christmas has done, where it's starting to take over too much of that month.
It's like people
Like a
start
lot
doing
of
Halloween
streamers.
stuff in like November.
Yeah.
Not November.
I was about to say
Is it,
November's after
Holy
Halloween. I
crap,
hope
what
so.
happened to my brain? I can't believe I just said November. September.
I have seen people still do Halloween stuff in November, which is why I never said anything.
Well, yeah, I think it makes more sense for it to bleed over from October to November, just because
It is like an end of the month kind of
it's
holiday.
an end of the month. Like I don't care that Halloween stuff. Like you start to see stuff popping into stores in September. Like that's fine. That does just happen. It doesn't advertise hard. It advertises hard in October, and then advertisements drop hard in November. But you still see a lot of the stuff
I
around.
I don't even mean like advertisements. I mean people start going Halloween crazy
Oh
in
yeah, people 100%.
September.
I mean, anybody who like a lot of people associate it with like a personality level type of shit.
Yeah. And
That happens with anything. Well, I guess it
I
doesn't really happen with Thanksgiving. Like it happens with pumpkin spice, but I don't consider pumpkin spice Thanksgiving.
I just
I
think
think that's
that
just a general fall thing.
yeah,
So this is a
unfortunately.
boar that is 800 quality. That's what we're really looking for. We can sell the rest of it. It's just not going to sell for a lot because we're about to go turn in. So, uh, you guys are
Anything with
welcome to.
800, I'm grabbing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how little of 800 it is. 800 is very hard to find, so you grab any of it. There's one that I can't break that is 28% of the 800 quality.
I can't aim up, so I can't see. No, wait, what's this one?
Yeah, actually,
It's
put me
325.
on
Yeah,
that
I
one.
can't quite get
I,
the one on the top left there.
yeah, I'm scanning the rest of them real quick just so I know where all the qualities are, and then I'll move the ship. Okay, so there's 2 rocks with 800 quality. I know where to position you guys for those 2. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and collect all the iron because we're about to go refine the order anyhow. We don't need the inventory space, so anything you can
All right.
pick up here is fine.
Okay.
But yeah, the 800 one is what's going to get you guys your guns.
I have a pretty general disdain for holidays because they've all become so much work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Halloween is the only one that hasn't been work for me, which is probably why I still like it.
I wish that there were more like predetermined days for pure relaxation.
Yeah, I would like there to be something like quote unquote Sunday that is just a, yeah, no, nothing's open today. Take the day
Ev-
off.
Everybody chill.
We actually have a holiday like that here in Canada. We have Family Day. The
Really?
idea is that you're supposed to just spend it with family, but it's just for the most part a day off.
I've never heard Pat mention Family Day, but
It started. Excuse me.
don't die.
Saliva went down the wrong hole. Um, it started like not that long ago, so it's not like it's a long-standing tradition or anything like that. I think it started when I was in like high school or something.
Got one more rock for the 2 of you.
I need to use the restroom really bad. I will be right back.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Can you reach that one, Des, or do I need to move?
Where to the right?
Yeah, to the right. It's underneath my. It might be at an awkward angle for you.
I'm not at an angle for that.
Okay, I'll move. It's the last one, and then we go store the ship. Um.
Oh, Family Day isn't a nationwide thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not every province. That's probably why they haven't talked about it. Interesting. I didn't know that.
It being a more province like lock thing is an interesting tidbit. We don't have very many of those in the United States. Like, there's a lot. I actually wish we had more separation of state and government.
Yeah,
America was supposed to originally have a lot more of it, but it's too homogenous now. It's a problem. I mean, happens when your federal government withholds all funding if you don't do as they say.
true.
All right, you should have access to the rock now.
It looks like it's on the other side of this rock. Or am I looking at the wrong rock?
Yeah, there's the rock that I like have you right in front of. That's the only rock.
The one right in front of me is just like a general rock, like I can't get anything from this. It looks like it's behind this. There you go. I can get this.
Okay, so there was an invisible rock for you from desync or something, because that's the
Oh,
same rock
okay.
you were shooting from me.
Oh,
So
interesting.
yeah.
Sorry, I needed to close a tab on my other monitor.
You're all good.
One of the things, just on the topic of holidays, one of the things that always sucked about my birthday in particular was, well, a lot of kids I knew, they would have like a new video game coming out or something kind of coming out around their birthday. For me, the only thing that ever came out because I was a summer baby is back to school stuff because I'm like right at the end of summer.
Right. You should be fine to gather all the rocks and then we'll go refine.
Okay. I won't even look at the whatever's in there.
There we
Just
go.
gather
Yeah,
it
we
all.
have we
We
have
have
the
plenty of
space.
space.
And we have missions that require iron and aluminum turn in, so that's just left over for that. I shouldn't have had you bring over your RMC.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's in Babbage right now.
Yeah, the mission that I'm wanting to do the turn-ins is in this system.
Oh shit.
It's actually here at Lupski's where we do the turn-ins. But yeah, 80k per 6 RMC that I can get from you is the payouts I'm offering. I think that's a little bit higher than what RMC sells for currently.
I think so too. But I'm not gonna complain.
Right. I mean, the payout for the mission is 80k for 6 RMC and 10 construction materials. And I
Right.
don't need help getting the construction materials. That's very easy to get that much.
Yeah, you have a moth,
Uh,
don't you?
yeah. I just fuck solo scraping on the moth.
Yeah, soul scraping in the moss is really rough to try and do.
I just really I want so many more salvage vehicles.
I would like to get the reclaimer again, but it's gonna be a while before I can get that, considering I'm at almost 3 mil right now. Yeah, I'm at 2.8.
I'm at 9, but if we do the bit zeros thing, honestly, we could get it in a week.
Yeah.
We just need to start doing that. I mean, and we're gonna head back to we're gonna start this refinery order. Oh fuck, Eris is AFK, so I can't actually do that. But then we're gonna go get some Hephaestus tonight, bring it and go get it refined over there. I'm gonna have to bring all the materials to one place, but that will that will give you guys the guns, actually several guns, because Hephaestonite, aluminum, and iron is used for several guns. So
Yeah, I believe Hephaestonite is used for the P6 as well.
that it is. So is iron for it as well, I think.
Yeah, I think iron as well. I don't know if Eris is out of the pod or not.
She's not, so it's just landed at a weird angle.
Okay. I need to use the bathroom and grab another drink, so I'll be right back.
Oh no, leaving me with your stream.
With both of our streams.
With the both of these streams.
I am back. Sorry about that.
Oh, good. I should have asked Des to get off the ship before they ran to the bathroom, but it's not the end of the world.
Oh.
Des just went to the bathroom as well.
I had a hiccup. I thought I was going to die.
That's no good.
Just a pain in my chest, and then I'm like, oh, am I choking on oxygen right now? Like, what's happening to me?
All right, Eris, white, black, green, or gray?
Um, hmm. Uh, White,
I
black,
am back.
green, or gray? Green. Welcome back, Des.
Okay, so here's get your booty over here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put you have a gun slot open, right?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna drop a CQ7 for you. It's not crafted, so you get to see what the raw stats of the gun looks like. Why is my character not drawing it out? Well,
I don't think I have ever looked at the stats of any gun in this game.
well, sure, but what I'm meaning is like it's
You can try it out.
yeah, and the one that you're trying out like is not going to have reduced recoil from the crafted alternative. Why is my character not
I got
drawing?
more mining juice.
Ah, very nice.
Oh, I forgot my mining juice.
Ah, you need
Maybe
more
that'll help with my
mining juice.
hiccup.
What the fuck is going on? There we go. Okay, I was apparently standing in an armistice zone. So
Oh.
I'm gonna just move out here where I'm not in an armistice zone, so I can actually drop the gun for you. Place. Boop. There it is. Whoever wants to pick up and try the gun.
I'm coming. I got up to grab my mining juice.
Mm-hmm.
Have you tried it yet, Des?
I
have
have not.
multiple of the guns, so do you want white or black, Des?
Let's go with black.
Alright, I only have one of the black though, so that works. The crafted gun is going to be just a default skin, so
That's fine.
because I don't have the blueprint. But for now, you
The,
can.
the crafted one is gray, right?
Yes.
That doesn't bother me.
Okay.
And make sure you have what's on your backpack, one of them stored. So your
Yeah, I just
tractor
remembered
beam
that, but a little bit too late.
behind you.
Cancel
Those
everything.
magazines on the floor too?
Yes. So you can just mag dump a bunch of times if you want to just do that while you try out the gun. So it has an interesting recoil profile, but the one I have has most of it reduced.
Let me turn the audio back on.
Okay, it looks pretty cool. Sounds good.
Yeah, let me get you some mags, Des.
Sounds
Pretty
heavy.
quick.
Yeah, the people complained that it fired significantly more rapid and did way less damage. People are like, this is basically just an SMG skinned as a bullpup, and they're like, okay, we'll change it, and this was the result.
Your barrel
Kinda
barrel
like
in
it, yeah.
sight.
It has less recoil than the kill shot. The space AK.
Oh yeah, it
How
just
easy
pulls
to
to the left, which is interesting.
How easy to get is it to get ammo for this thing?
Just go into the store and buy it.
In any system?
As far as I know, ammo.
Okay.
That's that way with all ammo, except for boom tube ammo. So while I stored the ship and head to the refinery, you guys could go down to the Conscientious Arms and buy a bunch of ammo if you want to, and along with attachments that you want. And so for reference, because we're going to be able to craft one with similar stats, I'll rest of the game eating my crafted gun and let you guys see what the difference is on a crafted gun versus regular. So Eris, do you want to store the secondary gun that you had?
Sure.
So that way you can swap back and forth between the two blacklist guns. Or not blacklist, but the two CQ7s.
That's scab away.
Yep, I'm going to go to the cargo pad because it's a little bit of a safer spot to drop it.
Honestly, it probably makes more sense for me to use this than the P6. Just being in light armor.
I mean, but the thing with the P6 though is that it's easy. Like NPCs drop that ammo all the time.
The
Not as
location.
much as you'd think, but
Yeah. Hey, Gers. So yeah, I want you to compare this to the recoil and whatnot of the one that you are using. So that's the default skin.
Oh yeah, that's way better.
We're gonna craft you something as good, if not better than that. The fire rate is higher, the damage is higher, and as you can see, the recoil is significantly better.
Huh. Okay.
Yep. And then if you want to
Want this
place it
back?
down on the grid, yes, please. I'll let Dez shoot it if Dez wants to try it.
no, it's fine.
Okay.
I got an idea of how it kind of works. What's the damage like on this? Is it better than like the kill shot?
3 to 4 shots kills.
Okay.
If you could, like,
Do you want
it's
this one
going
back?
No, that's just a skinned basic version. You can keep it.
Okay.
We're gonna
I just
crit
didn't know if
you.
you wanted it or not.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to get you guys crafted versions that are better. It just won't be, as I said, won't be with the skin on it. That won't come out until 410. All right, I'm sending down the mole. Make sure you guys are off the pad.
Yep.
Alright, I would head down to the store, go down freight elevator B to go to Conscientious Arms and buy yourself some ammo. Buy like 50 some mags. That should cover anything that we do today. And Eris, buy some drinks
And food.
and food. I mean, I buy a drink that is both drink and food. Granted, I don't buy drinks that give me hydration bonuses because that is actually a thing. Foods have different passive benefits that they give you.
Didn't know that.
Yep.
Every time.
But also, are you seeing what I'm meaning, Eris? That I think they made the movement faster in this game.
No.
I don't think it's like crazy faster. It's not like night and day, but I do feel like I'm sprinting faster in heavy armor than I was before.
I feel like my light armor basic movement is a little faster, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Sprint isn't much faster.
No,
And I still have
I
no
think
idea
it's
how to
just
do the
basic
slide.
movement. I don't know if that actually exists. I've after it was talked about and people were showing it off, I've never seen anybody do anything else with it.
This area still runs like buns too.
Yeah. Well, it's a modern game. Modern games don't optimize for shit.
Wasn't looking at my chat. Sorry, Gunpowder. Hope you're doing well. If you're still there.
Everybody who would be in my chat is in the call.
We're working on fixing that.
That's a move.
What's this thing called again?
I was
The
about to say the
CQ7?
same thing.
Made by the same people who made the P6LI, the CQ7.
CQ7?
Yeah.
I can't find any ammo for it.
CQ7 rifle magazine 40 cap.
Let's say I know it's here. I bought it here before I can buy it for you guys if I need to.
Am I just dumb? I mean, that's
Just-
possible. I'm not going to deny that.
Are you at Conscientious Arms?
Yeah, he's here.
There's got to be some
I
just-
see it, but I
there.
couldn't search it up. That's weird.
Oh,
When I searched
Oh.
up CQ7, it wasn't bringing up
So
anything.
that is sometimes a bug that happens where it's been added to the stores, but it's not added to the search engine.
Okay, well, I'm glad it's not just me then.
Yeah, I was able to search it up, so I don't know if that's actually what's going on, but that has happened with other things in the past.
on my screen, you're walking in place.
Oh, well, I'm definitely not.
Yeah, it's one of those things you gotta crouch to fix the animation desync.
Did that fix it?
No, I think you have to crouch.
I did crouch.
Oh, no.
Now I'm lying down.
Now you're lying down, but you never crouched.
Oh,
Whoa, are you hearing someone's voice?
I did hear somebody's voice.
Get out of
Somebody
here.
using the, what's it called? Our area chat, I guess.
Proximity chat, yeah. VoIP.
You think that they can hear us?
No.
No, because I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you specifically have to have that set up. And I think it's really fucking annoying most of the time because most people who use VoIP just hot micing, they're talking to other people who aren't using VoIP.
I think that
Somebody else is-
proximity chat can be cool.
Oh yeah, it definitely can be cool. I just think it's in Star Citizen, it's mostly just annoying. The problem is if you get into any game that has PvP, proximity chat is just something nobody's going to use except for to troll on other people most of the time.
Yeah, that'll just be weird in the lobby.
Yeah, like I mean, like I've played Arc Raiders and I've chatted with people back when I tried Arc Raiders and I absolutely hate the game, but I chatted with people, but that's definitely not like it was mostly just like vetting each other out. There wasn't any conversations that lasted.
Damn, Levski is popping off today. So many people here.
1, 2.
Yeah, the Rico Battaglia is drawing a lot of people here. It's the first time we've got ships earned from like actually just doing missions, so even people, and now that mining can make you ship components that have upwards of like +3 power to them, and 20% faster quantum times and 20% less fuel consumption, it makes a difference.
Oh, yeah.
Patch confirmed that it doesn't consume them either, by the way. So I've only heard of one person having lost any of their crafted ship components because of the new vehicle loadout system.
Oh, nice.
So as long as you
Now it's
save
actually
your
worth it to
loadout,
craft things.
you do actually still guns kept for most people, but some people did have like if it's just sitting in your inventory, there's a chance that the components could disappear. But if it's on a ship, the ship snapshots were all saved.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, we just need to go get some Hephaestonite, and then while the Hephaestonite is refining, we'll try to see if we can get a Bit Zeros mission and do some rep on that, so that way we can earn some money. Probably, I don't know how often you plan on playing by yourself, Eris. So, do you want the rep from Bit Zeros or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Me and Dez will share the reputation then.
Now we got a wormhole visit.
Oh.
I'm sad though. The mole only has hanging flares. I can't put the Emoto Dashbot on the mole.
Oh shit! It took me a second to remember what that is.
Yeah, it's a little R2D2 thing.
Yeah, it makes like little facial expressions and things, right?
Yep, it makes sounds based on like if you're in combat or stuff like that.
That's a cool flare item.
Yep. Not cool enough that I'm buying it multiple times, but cool enough that I'm glad I got it.
Yeah, I know one of the things that was kind of cool too with Elite is that you could buy letters,
Hey, there's a
like
reclaimer.
um, like little bobblehead sort of
Yeah.
letters, and you could spell out
People would
whatever
say.
you wanted on your dashboard.
Yep, I've seen that quite a few times. We've got a reclaimer here. Fucking giant flash beam. I forgot to refuel, so I'm gonna refuel and then we'll head towards the quantum.
I guess moving on to our next topic, Eris, you had a bunch of topics you wanted to discuss that you wrote out anyway.
The next
I
topic
did.
was older games and what makes them age well versus poorly.
I think that's one of those things that's different per person. Like, I think
You
that
think?
comes down to the individual rather than anything that you could definitively point at and say this game didn't aged poorly because of, I don't know, controls or graphics or what have you.
I think the
So,
big things that I will say is how well this game told its story. I think the expectations were lower for older video games, so it was easier for them to just tell their story. Versus games nowadays, they convolute it so many different ways.
I came up with this topic because Chip's been playing Shadow of the Colossus. I've been playing Drakengard. And I downloaded Shadow of the Colossus from my emulator of choice because Chip was saying, oh, the controls are so bad, they're horrible, blah, blah, blah. And I killed the first three Colossi without, like, it felt like I had been playing it yesterday.
Yeah, I had the same experience when I played. I
Also,
And
found the only thing I found to be annoying was the horse controls.
I didn't even have a problem with the horse controls.
It felt like it was
so
difficult to move the horse in a straight line, and that was the only thing. And I remember even back when Shadow of the Colossus first came out, I had trouble with it, so it's probably just a me situation.
Well,
I've never played the game, so I can't say anything on it. But I do know that a lot of the games that I think there's a lot controls is a very big thing for me. That's why it's a major part of me not liking Warframe is the controls.
Right.
And for like Dark Souls, like I literally like Lords of the Fallen, the reboot of the series, significantly more than Dark Souls, just because I like the control scheme better.
You're a strange, strange man.
I've
I'm
not played
specifically
Lords of
saying
the
the
Fallen.
reboot, but yeah.
Okay, the reboot I can almost understand, but still, Lords of the
I
Fallen
preferred
just
the
feels so
original one, yeah.
chunky.
Oh yeah, it was. The original one was. It wasn't a good game. I didn't beat it. I didn't play very far in it, but I still like the original Lords of the Fallen more than Dark Souls. But the reboot's the one I actually have played a good bit of, and I do want to do a co-op beat of it, but I'm not playing the second game because they're just heavily the company has money. They're heavily relying on generative AI slop.
Ooh.
I I got really used to tank controls and just jank controls in general on like the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2. So,
Yeah.
I was too young for that, so that might be what's going on. Is
yeah,
that
that's
me and
probably what it
Chip just
is.
didn't grow up in the generation? Because I remember
Yeah.
the difference of playing Mortal Kombat on PlayStation 2 versus playing PlayStation 1. I started Mortal Kombat on PlayStation 2 and I was all down for it. You know, it was
Oof.
still way more complex than the later Mortal Kombats were to do actual moves, but it was nothing compared to PlayStation 1 Mortal Kombat, for
I started
example.
with Sega Genesis, Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, it was Mortal Kombat 1, but it was still on PlayStation 1.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's one thing to be used to crunchy controls, but there are games that
And controllers.
don't have that problem but still feel terrible to play.
Yeah.
Like, what
Whoa!
the heck?
There was just a
Toxic
Scorpius that
players.
just like went right through us.
Yep, they're shooting at us, trying to kill us, and it's just a troll. And because our engines were down, they I don't know how they survived slamming into a mole, but
I
I
mean, we
just
don't
saw
have
him like
anything on
walk
us
right
anyway.
through us.
no, we're a fucking mole. There is nothing that they could loot from us. They're just being toxic. They're like, they're just trying to kill anybody at a jump gate. Is all that's going on.
I've heard of this happening, but I've never actually experienced it.
See, there's the second ship. I was like, I knew it wasn't one. Somebody flew and crashed into us. You're not gonna hurt them with that. I'm just gonna hover by the ship until I can exit the menu.
Good thing I set my spawn point to Levski.
Because I just didn't want to be on the ship when they blew it up.
Do you want us to just exit to menu then?
That's what I'm planning on doing, because I don't want to lose my ammo.
I just
We'll
bought
just
this
jump in
ammo.
on a different server. But yeah, I have to wait till I'm out of combat, otherwise you're going to be stuck on a server.
Oh shit.
How do you know when you're out of combat?
When you try to exit the menu and it doesn't tell you you're in combat.
Well, the only thing I'll end up losing if I do end up dying is my max lift and some ammo.
Yeah. I have a pristine metal.
Ooh, why did you keep
I,
that on you?
because
I
I was
guess
going
you
to
were
give it
probably
to somebody.
transporting it.
No, I was going to give it to somebody because I don't care to craft any of the ships I have it.
Okay.
But so I don't want to give it to trolls that just want to stay here and destroy ships.
Yeah.
Yeah, if one of the two of them hadn't just straight crashed into us and killed themselves on us, we would have just went through the wormhole and not had a problem.
But yeah, it seems like a lot of. Oh, I exited the menu and I came back in and I'm somewhere else now.
They're killing me.
It still said I was in combat, which is why I was like, oh shit, I better go back.
Yeah, that's why I was moving around the ship to try to hit in blind spots so they couldn't shoot me. If you don't have inventory that you don't care about, you can just literally backspace and then exit the menu and not have to worry about it.
I'm in Levski. But I will
I'm
exit to
until
menu because it
rescue.
sounds like we're changing servers.
Yeah.
As far as old controls go, it seems like a lot of people seem to have like the biggest issue with tank controls more than anything else. And I remember like even back in the day, some people would bitch about say the tank controls for Mega Man Legends, and I never had an issue with them. So I think it's just a matter of taste, and they'll just put it as like a game aging poorly.
Yeah, if they shot you, there was no way for you to exit.
My ammo, but it put me on the gateway station. I have to say, when it comes to these sorts of sandbox games, I I don't know. I don't know what people's obsession is with PvP. Like,
Chill clubbing.
huh?
I would say this is different from PvP. Usually actual PvPers actually want like a decent fight. This is griefing, which is a
But I
different
mean,
So
kind of PV,
I
which is
mean,
kind of
just
yeah,
the
PvP.
idea of like the non-consensual PvP thing in general.
Yeah,
I don't get why it has to be all in one seamless sort of experience because one of the biggest demands for pretty much every single game of this type, whether it be a sandbox game or an extraction shooter, is hey, make a PvE mode.
yeah. So I think that PvE and PvP both have a place. I also think that PvP can just be a lazy effort for content. Um, like art graders. Art graders, they realized they didn't have a good PvE game design, so they just lazily is like, yeah, well, our game isn't going to be fun and it's gonna die, so let's add PvP, and then they built and designed PvP into the game.
They just made it a PvP
And
game.
yeah, it should have been designed as a PvP game from the beginning, but it wasn't. That wasn't the original intent. They just couldn't create the game well, so they had to default to adding PvP. They did well because the game's obviously successful, but it still, I think, is a great example of PvP is often added because they can't make content. And
Not
Star
being able to make
Citizen,
content for your video game, don't make a video game.
sure. Star Citizen is one of those games that personally, as somebody who doesn't actively PvP, I want piracy to be a thing in this game. Um, but
It's entertaining to watch. Um, but I don't know. It's why
what do
you're
you
Dune is
telling
think?
me
getting
that
a
it
single
happens to
player
somebody
with
else.
friends only mode. Oh, like a sandbox should.
Yeah. The thing is like,
I
especially for
know.
sandbox games, the entire point of PvP is to take from others or ruin other people's experiences, and most of the time that just results in seal clubbing, going out beating up people who can't defend against you because you can.
Yeah. See, I still argue that that's just griefing and not
Well, it is.
PvPing.
Yeah, no, that is.
But
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 like,
I guess you could make it a good argument that griefing is just a subset of PvP.
yeah,
sure,
griefing
and
can
in
be
games that
PvP, but
have
the point of griefing is your entire intent is to ruin somebody else's fun.
Yeah.
like good proper PvP, even Tarkov has now, Arena, and people just go to Arena. People just want to
Yeah, we
play
have arena
Battlefield
too.
whenever they want to run around and shoot. Like it
So
doesn't have to be part of this.
in Star Citizen, PvP is kind of a common thing, but it's also really not that much of a problem because the thing is like I went that route because I didn't. We weren't in a cargo ship, so I didn't think anything about straight jumping there. It's been a while since anybody's just camped the gates. Those were just griefers right there, and I say griefers, and I mean that just in the aspect of their entire. There was nothing they're looting from our ship. They might
Oh
get
yeah,
some
that's why
ore
I
bags,
didn't
Right.
say they were pirates.
but like the thing is there's no way that they were actually killing us to loot the ships because one, they didn't have a cargo ship. Two, we're going to Stanton from Nix. There's no way we didn't drop our resources off at Levski, which has the best refinery in the game. So if they had camped
Yeah.
us around Levski, that I can understand because then yeah, they could blow up our ship and take the ore bags off and they just got a bunch of that high quality ore that we just done. Okay, but currently I don't think open PvP needs to be in Star Citizen currently, other than for the aspect of testing things, because there's no piracy in the game. There's no
Yeah,
actual piracy systems. Once we have something where, like, for example, disabling ships and boarding ships is more of a common occurrence, I'm all for piracy. I like that is actually something I look forward to where, people don't want to just kill you because there's some sort of like heavy drawback where it's not worth just killing people. You lose the loot and you have to deal with reputation loss or such a ridiculous fine. But when it's just like, oh, you have 4 hours in jail, okay, I go to jail and then I log off for the night, or I just spam through knocking out NPCs, it's not a problem.
I don't know. I just even like I
Holy
said, the
shit.
idea of piracy is, you know, entertaining from like a I'm watching somebody else do it standpoint.
Yeah.
Eh,
So,
yeah.
Eris,
eh,
As I said,
remember we
it's
said that this
earlier.
game doesn't have persistence, is what you were trying to say, right?
yeah.
So I just loaded into this server and I have 3 vehicle tags from my vehicles from last Wednesday.
3 vehicle tabs from your vehicles from last one. I don't know.
What I'm meaning
What is
is I abandoned 3 different vehicles randomly out in open space
uh-huh.
because I was doing a mission, I found a different vehicle, or I died and I took a different vehicle and did something else. That was last Wednesday. I just joined this server and I see the tags for those vehicles, meaning I can fly to those vehicles and get anything I left on them now, a week later, almost.
Is it supposed to do that?
Technically, yeah, finding the right server like across a week period is usually not that common. It's pretty easy to do in a couple hour period, but that is intended. That's
So
what
it
I get
happened
paid
by
for is
accident.
reputation. Me finding the server again, yes, happened by accident, but you can do that anytime that you're on a server. I leave a ship for hours that you can't save and join specific servers. That is not a thing because it's something people would abuse certain mechanics in the game. Now, if I have like, let's say Galliform was on the server playing it and I hopped off for a couple hours and got back on and I joined off Galliform again, all my stuff would still be there. Like that is intended features of the game. They don't have all like there's a bit of localized server data and then there's your general player data just because they have
It's
so many
Yeah.
servers and they don't want to MMORPG hard lock people to servers
it's
because
almost
I
like
would.
they should just hard lock people to servers like in
No, I'm
MMO.
fucking glad they don't. This game isn't a complete game. That would be such a fucking shit design. I get stuck with the same group. Like, I just happen to join a. If that was done, Griefernet would fucking ruin and kill the game.
I was
It's
gonna
almost
say,
like they should do
what are
something
the
about
odds?
Griefernet then. It's
Well, I was going to say if they had dedicated like servers and they locked you onto servers, what are the odds are that the three of us would be on the same server? Because we all started playing this game at very different times.
well, most of your MMO have some sort of
Well, yeah.
system or service where you can change the server that you're on.
Usually for a fee.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd rather not pay a
No.
fee unless I
I
have
don't
to.
think Star Citizen is designed
Then
with
again,
that
I say this as somebody
system.
who changed Final Fantasy XIV servers to join you.
Yeah. I'm going and am I going to spend $1,000 on a new ship or a couple of dollars to change the server so I can play with my friends? Hmm.
Well, people who are griefers will pay 20, $40 when their account gets banned or the server that they've killed dies because they don't have people to troll anymore, and then they would just go to another server and keep the process up. Oh, you banned their IP, well, they do something else to get around that. Like,
VPN or
yeah,
something.
it that would because they guys sure I agree they should do some more shit about Griefernet. The problem is the developers don't see PvP as griefing. Like they do actively ban people for abusive mechanics, but abusive mechanics isn't griefing. You
So
can abuse mechanics to grief.
here's what's going to happen. I know this for a fact. This is what's going to happen. They're going to continue on doing this, whatever this is, until 1.0. And then whatever people do actually say, you know what, now that the game is finally out, I'm going to try it. They're immediately going to get it and they're going to go, oh man, they should add a single player mode or a PvE only mode.
Mm-hmm.
And those people
No,
are
they
very
100%
loud.
will. And the thing is like, if Star Citizen was designed better, I would argue that that wouldn't be needed. But Star Citizen isn't designed well. It doesn't have systems to encourage people to not just kill. Like,
At
if
the very least, the systems aren't in place yet, because I imagine that
no,
they want to do something similar to how Eve does it, where there's like high sec and low sec security areas, where your
that's
low
already
sec
a
security
thing.
areas are your PvP zones, and high sec is your safer zones.
So in
The
Stanton, they used to have it if you had too high of a crime stat, and Idris would show up to hunt you down.
yeah,
That actually used to be in the game, and they're trying to bring
That's
it back currently.
cute, but that's not going to. So
No,
the
that
people who are
that's
getting like
content for
destroyed
griefers.
and
Yeah, no,
so
it is
they
content for
can
the griefers.
encourage more people to grief people and ruin people's experience so that an Idris can show up and then kill them. Like, I don't.
So they can sit there and have fun with their own personalized Idris boss battle. Yeah.
Okay, so how about they just add in a personalized Idris boss battle and let people who want to do their thing do their thing?
Mm-hmm. So again, I love the idea of piracy. When the Legionnaire comes out, I'm really looking forward to the idea of being able to board people and do stuff like that. But I
The
just don't
last
think
time I was
like
excited about the idea of pirates, I got One Piece.
uh but
Not
I
even
think
about
the
pirates.
thing is they're never going to introduce a heavy enough crime punishment for PvP to ever actually make it work well, because in my opinion, you should get a reputation loss that you don't want to kill. Like, the reputation loss and the punishments for killing another player should be so high that you don't want to kill a player. Like, it's an active decision. Like, it should. Let's say I saw that you have a bunch of lindanium, which sells for a lot, or a bunch of gold on your ship. Oh, that is worth 5 million. I could make 5 million off of taking your cargo, Des. What should go on is I want to disable your ship. I don't want to just blow it up because I want the cargo. I want to board your ship. I want to knock you down. And then I want to steal your cargo and get out before your call for help brings more people in. At each stage of that, there is resistance available. Me shooting you. You maybe, if you had friends with you could defend, but usually you probably didn't. So then I then have to board you. Well, you have a chance to fight off people trying to board you. It's a very limited boarding point on most ships.
I think it would work better if like it was a matter of like I have a mission that goes into an area where PvP is plausible and like or is like it will happen or can happen, but the rewards are better.
Or that's
So
what
it's more of
Pyro
an
is supposed
active
to be.
choice of
Pyro
like, oh
Nix.
shit, PvP might happen. I know what I'm getting into and I'm prepared for it, rather than something like I'm minding my own business after my 9 to 5 job. I just want to stare at rocks all day and sniff rocks.
Yeah, I mean
I
That
think
technically,
could
the
be
easiest
easily
version,
like
so I could
the
have
PvP,
that.
like pirated.
the easiest and least buggy version of that is you open the game, PvP, PvE, Commander, or whatever it's called mode.
Arena Commander. Yeah, I honestly, that is technically what you're wanting is in game. You like, I have not experienced PvP in Stanton in months. This is actually the first time, other than like the only time I've experienced PvP has been playing with Eris and Nyx, coincidentally. Um, that's the only times I've experienced PvP in a long, long time. And every time it's been in Nyx, and every time it's been
Every time I've experienced PvP, it's usually been is that guy shooting at me? And then I explode.
yeah, which is funny because like they're trying to make it where it's not such quick kill times unless people are like really just gear difference on gun like ship
It's been a
class.
while since I have been like PvP'd.
Yeah, but people complain it's like, oh my god, the kill time is too long. It's just like, well, the point is you're supposed to disable the ship so that's not when you're if it's happening between players, it's not just a I insta kill you. Like the only
Yeah.
reason that they
Whoever
took
gets
us
the
out there
drop on
that
who.
fast is because our shields were down They were shooting at us the entire time as they were chasing after us with 4.28 size threes, and then they crashed into us. They literally kamikazed themselves to disable the ship. Otherwise, I would have been able to turn on my shields, turn around, and quantum out. Nothing was going to happen. That only
Yeah.
happened because they kamikazed. Are you guys riding with me back to
It looks
Stanton?
Eris looks like she's 12.5 GM away.
Yeah,
I'm right
I see
beside
that
you.
as well. Okay.
I'm at the
You'll be
station near the wormhole.
Oh, you're at the. Okay. You know what? The
So
ironclad, they fixed a lot of bugs on it. We'll use the ironclad.
I'm just gonna say that it's it's more common with me. I have been killed in Stanton. I have been killed in Nyx. You know, I actually haven't been killed in Pyro, which is where I figured I would
You
have died the
also
most.
We
you
also
also
avoid
avoid
pyro.
pyro. Yeah.
When I got
You're in
the
Nyx and
star,
St. Lol.
what you call it? I've been in Pyro.
Yeah, you were doing a lot of missions in pyro there. Man, I love this ship. Oh yeah. In a couple
I
months,
learned
Eris.
I
Oh, go ahead.
learned that you can take the stupid crane off of the basher, and now I actually
Yep.
really want it.
Yes, it is a cosmetic option. It's just one of the default ones.
The what?
The
What's a basher?
the
Because
gray
the
ship.
crane was the one thing I had issue with. Like, why is there a stupid crane on this?
It's an iron sight, as everybody keeps saying.
Oh, that
It
thing.
still looks stupid.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Oh, also, you can fly this now from the operation deck. I think I mentioned
I
that.
did hear that, actually.
So from the bridge, you can now fly it. I haven't tried yet, so this will be my first time. But yeah, the
Did they add, like,
Galaxy
a
is
new
coming
seat?
out. No, it's just one of the two turret seats
Okay.
or tractor beam seats. But the Galaxy will be coming out in October or November. I think it's November. It's going to have mining, medical, base building. It won't be able to mine it. It has refinery, medical, base building, or cargo. You get to choose which that it does.
Yeah, because it has, like, pods on it, right?
Yep. So yeah, command station and turret. So this one right here is now a command station, but it has modules. It is a Dorito ship, so I
I
don't
mean,
think
I
Eris
played
would
Elite.
like it.
I don't mind Dorito ships.
I don't understand why they're gonna have a ship that does base building. We've been here before. We've been here before. Where they make a ship
Yeah.
for a feature that isn't a thing.
So
At least it's one of those.
they're not selling the base building part of the ship. They specifically don't have that purchasable.
I was going to say, at the very least, it's a ship that can do other things other than just base building. It's a ship that can be configured to do medical, refinery, or what have you.
Okay, okay.
So
So it's
yeah,
not a ship
you
that's just
choose
being
which
released that's
mod.
dead in the water.
Yeah. So you'll have cargo and medical for sure. We don't know if refineries are going to be working where everybody's hopeful that refineries will work, but we don't know if refineries are going to be working.
I was like, oh man, having a mobile refinery would be super cool. And then we got ran into randomly, and I'm like, actually, you know what? Maybe I don't want a mobile refinery and to be a target.
Oh, I do get a gun with this when I'm on the station. That's awesome. I can't fucking
Interesting.
see shit.
point is you get something.
Yeah.
It's about intimidation.
It's about feeling like you're in control.
Just
Yeah,
shoot it
you have an
randomly.
option.
You see, the problem is choice, Mr. Anderson. That's another set of movies I've watched way too many times. Just because I put it on
Matrix.
my second monitor while I'm playing a game.
I feel like I should watch more non-anime things. But then a new anime gets announced or comes out that I really like, and I'm like, actually, you know what? Never mind. Okay.
I do kind of want to watch Cat and Dragon.
I haven't
I
started
like
that
both
yet,
those
but
things.
Yep.
Momo has it on MomoFlix. I should watch that. I've been
So,
watching the the Lord that has zero subjects. That's been really good, and obviously
yeah,
Saga of Tanya the Evil.
in the aristocracy Discord, we just need to make an extra channel. It's just anime recommendations, and you list an anime and a short reason why you recommend it.
Oh my god, you would. It would just. The whole channel is just me.
That's fine. I don't care. It's just like more than just yeah, you should watch this. I like, and I'm going to forget. I forget half the names you guys fucking mention. It's not out of like disinterest. I'm just a fucking forgetful person.
I've watched a fair amount of older anime, but a lot of it is just a blur to me now.
I know everything.
But yeah, the
Like I can say,
galaxy. Oh, good.
I was gonna say, as far as like old anime recommendations, like if you're really into shonen, I'd say watch Yu Yu Hakusho if you haven't already,
I've
because it's a
watched part
really
of it.
good shonen.
Yeah, it's one of those I watched it before I realized I was watching anime, and I just liked it.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I've
was
had
too
that,
young
yeah.
to be watching it. So like, just keep in mind I'm the youngest one here. But yeah,
It
it's
took me
definitely
years
one I do.
to track it down again as well, because I was like, it wasn't. I didn't track it down until I was a teenager. I was like, what was that show on that American channel that my friend used to have? Because keep in mind, we didn't have Toonami up here. You had to get like Direct TV, which gave you the American channels. And one of my friends had pirated Direct TV. So we used to watch all the American channels at his place, which is the only reason I know about Toonami and things like that. Otherwise, I was stuck with whatever Canadian broadcasters had, which
Tsunami
wasn't
to this
very
day
much.
makes me emotional. Like, I'm so happy that Toonami's still around because you can actually go to the Toonami YouTube channel and kind of watch Toonami as if it were happening on TV at that time, which I actually recommend
There,
certain
I
people
don't
do.
know if it's the same thing, but I remember there was actually like a Toonami like website that you could go to that would just be broadcasting old episodes of Toonami. It'd have all the Toonami bumpers and things like that. And what was his name? Like Dave or something?
Tom, it was
It's been a
Tom.
while since I've seen it, but
Tom the
uh,
spaceman.
Tom, that's it. Um, it would have like some of his old game reviews and things like that because he reviewed like Elder Scrolls Morrowind at one point.
Yep. And he's voiced by Spike Spiegel from Cowboy
Yes, he
Bebop.
is.
So
It's because he uses the exact same voice.
he had. It's. I love him, but he has the one voice, and
Yeah,
that
he
is
gets
it.
typecast a lot to do the same voice because he was the same. He used the same voice in Mighty Number Nine.
Yep.
If
He
anybody
does.
ended up playing that.
I anime fan on prom night.
Yep. I actually played through that game and then refunded it.
I found a copy of it on the ground.
That's probably the best place to find that game.
and then I put it back on the ground.
I was actually at one point watching somebody who was speedrunning the game because it was very interesting as a speedrun. And I was like, I'm going to try this game out. And then I was like, I don't want to try this game out anymore.
I wish that I had a game that I could speedrun. All of my favorite games are anti-speedrun.
It's so hilarious. I when I went to college, I had a roommate that was obsessed with speedruns, and they tried to because they actually did do speedruns themselves of the various Mario
Are
games.
we
and
picking
whatnot.
Eris up or is she making her way here?
I thought Eris already went through the
Where?
gateway.
I did. I'm in Stanton.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Continue.
Oh, good.
Sorry.
They were just obsessed with speedruns, and they I'd never really paid attention to speedruns. Wasn't aware of when he's trying to explain out the different percentages, types, and whatnot to me,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
being able to use glitches or no glitches and whatnot. He's like, yeah, name a game, and and he's like, we can see what the speedruns are like for that game. I was like, and this was back during my RPG era of Uncharted and whatnot. So that was the only
Yeah.
type of game I could think of. I was like, I can't imagine speed running any game because I didn't play games like Super Mario in my own time. I played those just because I grew up around them, but not that those weren't games I actually played.
Right. Some of the RPGs that I've seen are some pretty wild speedruns, but they take so damn long to do. Like, unless it's like a Mario RPG or Paper Mario, a lot of them take way too long to do, so I would never want to do them. Like, for me, I have very specific criteria as to what I'd look for in a speedrun game. It needs to be just around the hour mark as far as the speedrun goes.
Yeah.
So an hour 15 would be the maximum amount of time I'd want to put into a speedrun. Because anything more than that is just going to be too much. I'm going to want to have to use the bathroom halfway through the speedrun or something like that. And I'm not wearing a speedrun diaper or something stupid like that.
You said that like that exists, and I'm concerned.
It's been
It
a
does.
joke with speedrunners forever.
I looked up the speed run time of Final Fantasy VIII, saw the time, and was like, "Oh, you just played the game."
Yeah. The scary part is if you try to match that time, you're fucked. You're I'm 5 hours over what they did.
Where are we going in Stanton?
Microtech. I think. Yeah, Microtech. That's where we'll find the ore that we need.
Okay.
Do you want to ride with us, or do you want to fly your own ship, Eris? You're already on
Uh,
your way.
I didn't even know where you guys were.
It was right beside you.
Crap. Okay. Well, I'll meet you guys there.
Yep. I think you also have just a faster quantum drive.
Lately, what I've been watching a lot is I found a guy that I've been watching who does 100% runs of Majora's Mask.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a trip, but it's a long speed run. It's like a 4-hour run.
It's a
But
bit
I
too. I
usually put
think.
it on before I go to bed and then fall asleep to it and then wake up halfway through the run and go, oh, I need to turn this off and then go back to bed.
I think I could stomach a 2-hour speed run, but anything longer than that, and it's like, okay, you're playing a video game. That's that's
Some
not a
of the
speed
runs
run.
that
That's
are
like a
really
quick.
long,
That's a quick do.
I know Final Fantasy VII is one of those speedruns that's like on the longer side, but there is so much optimization and how that game is played. It is absolutely crazy. There is a step counter that speedrunners will follow where depending on the amount of steps that you take will affect the RNG for your random encounters. So you need to be on the exact right step count the entirety of the game in order to make sure that you get the right encounters at the right
Sounds
time.
miserable.
Yeah, that's just how optimized Final Fantasy VII is. I know 8 is on the more optimized side as well, and same with 9, but 7 is like a really optimized speedrun. It's a lot more fun than like some of the runs that are just, do ACE, if you know what that is. It stands for arbitrary code execution. And what it'll be like, if you've ever seen Super Mario World, where they do a bunch of very arbitrary looking things.
Oh, and it
then
alters the code of the game.
And then it alters the code of the game, and they push values in code in memory to basically warp to the end credits.
Yeah, I have seen stuff like that.
Or like in Ocarina of Time's case, they can just using Young Link warp to the end credits.
Yeah.
At least that was the last time I checked, but nobody really runs that category anymore because it's just not interesting. Because it's like a 5-minute category.
Yeah. It's been done too much that it's like, okay, we've seen it. Everyone has seen it because it's so short.
Well, nobody really wants to watch it, is the other thing, right? Like, it's
Right.
the kind of thing that's like really fun to watch, like the world record on, but you don't really care about the world record holder and you don't really care about the run. It's only fun to watch like once,
Yeah.
like a neat party trick or something.
I think I haven't speed runs, they can be interesting to watch, but I think most people are in it for the drama. Like, oh, so and
Oh
so
yeah,
posted a speed run that can't possibly be done.
I
They
think
cheated.
a lot of the audience is there to see the PBs, to see the records, to see the streamer freak out over get over like the highs and the lows, right?
Yeah.
And it's very interesting to watch that. Like I'm there for it because it's really fun to watch somebody get better at a game, and then slowly you start to see more of the green splits become more common, and then you start to see like either rainbow splits, which is like their personal best on that split, and then eventually they get a personal best or they get world record. And nobody really cares about the world record itself usually. Like, just ask one of the runners for Silent Hill. Like, he runs like pretty much every Silent Hill, and people still think that he's the world record holder, but he's never been the world record holder for that game. He actually has to actively convince people that he isn't the world record holder.
Huh. They're caught up in the hype and the opportunity. People will do a lot just so that they can say they were there for a thing.
Yeah.
I guess that's another reason why people like live streams. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the time I like live streaming because it's a way to recapture the memories of being a kid again, of sitting on a couch with a close friend and passing the controller back and forth. And that's what I look for in as far as a vibe goes in terms of live streams, because that's the kind of thing that I miss doing, and rarely get to recapture, especially now as an adult.
I
Because I
get
used to
that.
do that all the time. or watch like my older brother or stepbrother play through like the Resident Evil games because
Yeah, I used to.
I was too scared to play them myself as a small kid.
I had a friend who would basically sit there and watch me play whatever nonsense I found that week. Back when I was dumpster diving for the worst JRPGs I could find.
The first time I saw through Final Fantasy VIII was actually my friend wanting to show it off to me, and I sat there and I watched him play it from start to finish,
That's amazing.
and I was invested the entire time. This was long before like live streaming and YouTube Let's Plays and things like that. I think Let's Plays were still a thing, but they were in their very early stage where they were like forum posts.
I told you that I have Let's Play, quote unquote, Let's Play footage recorded on VHS tapes.
Yeah. I know that's how a lot of speedruns were actually recorded, was just on old VHS tapes. I mean, even the Angry Video Game Nerd filmed on VHS tapes. All of his like gameplay footage back in the early days. I think he eventually went to DVDs and now it's probably all on hard drives.
Where are we going? Babbage?
I believe so. We're gonna all
Yeah, I'm
pile back
landing
up
at
into the
Babbage.
mole.
Yep, and calling up the mole here. Sadly, I don't think I remembered to insure it with my paint, so I'll have to go through a process to get that back. But oh well.
Oh shit.
That'll be done some other time.
I have a
Still got
habit
all
of
the mining
just
heads on it.
I have a habit of just insuring everything the moment I pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Yes. So what do you watch when you're in general? Like, I mean, I know you said other than, is it just blacksmith videos? Like, what's your entertainment pool look like?
I don't really watch things very often. Um, when I am on just browsing and watching things in a general sense, like if I am on YouTube doom scrolling or whatnot, there's usually sets of creators that have already like I enjoy their content, so I kind of go to them.
I'm back.
Well,
Often like very few video game players. I don't watch too many like non-live game content. I just it, it has to be something interesting in how you talk and while you play the game. If it's just you being there quiet, or you're just you playing the game, it's just which is a lot of people, or they're just yapping randomly. It's boring.
mm-hmm.
Uh, so I don't even bother trying to verify or find that. But usually it's informational videos. That is, if I'm like going down a rabbit hole, it's some sort of informational thing. It's either just somebody talking about a hobby that I would never do. I'll watch their content.
Like video essay
Talking
sort of
about
stuff?
TTRPGs. Not really essays. It's not a formal thing. It's just people explaining and sharing their hobby. And that is
So
the
like
quickest.
a video of like a I don't know of a metal worker talking like making something and explaining the process as he does it,
Yeah,
or like
that
those
is a
tinkering
quick way.
videos.
A quick way, or somebody taking apart and restoring electronics.
Yeah,
Or
I was gonna bring
one
that
I
up too.
recently stumbled on that I did a binge of was the guy who restores old lighters.
Interesting.
Like He goes and
Like
finds
Zippos and things
vintage
like that?
lighters. Yeah, well, there's some really crazy designs that people did with lighters. Like there's
Oh yeah, I've seen some of the crazier
houses,
ones.
books, all kinds of stuff. And so he has to figure out how to take it apart because they're all designed so uniquely separate from each other. Take it apart, restore it, and then get it running again. And I found that interesting because it's just like that's not stuff that you get to hear about very often. And it
There's
is just
something very uniquely satisfying about restoration videos.
yeah.
I can
And it's
definitely
also like
agree to that.
it's it's niche knowledge for me, and it's usually passionate. That's the big
Yeah.
thing. I'm not that. I don't want to go watch a video essay talking about vintage lighters. I don't give a fuck about that. But it's very different when it's somebody sharing their passion
Yeah.
about
I agree.
that hobby. And it helps when it's like very compartmentalized and per item. So it's not like, oh yeah, we're doing a long haul, we're going to restore everything at once. They realistically did all of it at once, but the videos are just the journey for each one, and then they may have long form videos where they go through all of it. But I don't have to watch all of it to watch what I wanted to watch. For example,
One of the guys
Makes
that I
sense.
like to watch does restoration on both old like vintage like game consoles as well as
mm-hmm.
just any random piece of thing that he can find, like any kind of random antique. He's done lighters, he's done like irons, and as well as like game consoles. Like he restored a Dreamcast at one point that was like severely yellowed and things like that.
I don't know what it is
I
about those things
also
and why they yellow out so bad. It's gross.
I also personally really like a lot of like the focus isn't it, but they're adult content creators who do other things. And I like a lot of those types of streamers or content creators because, like, while they might be a sex worker, that's not the focus of the content that they're making. But that it just comes up in conversation, and you get to hear interesting stories or stuff talked about in a healthy way, which is generally considered extremely taboo, nowadays. Sexuality is
True.
just something that is you only do it behind
It's
closed doors and if
evil
blah blah
and
blah
yucky,
stupid
and
shit.
you're not supposed to like
Yeah.
it.
So hearing people talk about like their experiences that are fully comfortable with it, they literally do. They either are or aren't. Not all of them are sex workers IRL, and they just are comfortable talking about that. That's always kind of just a hook of its own, because
I
it's not like
remember. Go on.
I was about to say it's not like I'm trying to sign up for their OnlyFans or anything like that.
Right, right. I remember on The Escapist, there was a show about a bunch of uh, porn actresses that were playing D&D.
Yeah, see that would be interesting. I'd
I'm
both be interested in that
terrified.
in an actual in an NSFW sense, and them just not being NSFW particularly.
That's one of my biggest fears when it comes to D&D is I'm so gutter brained. I'm like, okay, can I grope it? Can I smack it on the butt?
Okay, I honestly, so there's a TTRPG coming out called Vice and Violence. Sexuality and sex and everything is just caked into the game from the ground up, but it
I
is
mean, there
not
was.
like. Hmm?
I was going to bring up the D&D 3.5 edition book.
Yeah. Was it like the
Oh,
Carnival of Sin or
something.
something like that?
Something like that.
Oh, I thought it was
But it
something
had
in
like
caltrops, chains and
it,
caltrops or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
it was it was a book that detailed a lot of everything from like everything sexual, even including like what are the odds of getting like a mixed race baby out of
yeah.
all the different races in D&D.
Hmm.
Like it went into depth on
Which
everything.
that's what I love. If it's going to be an SFW, I want the stuff like that, just because it's like just interesting to me. Like,
It was an
because I don't
interesting
want
book.
just can banks fuck why? No, I don't really just want that,
Yeah.
and I don't want sex to be the solution to everything. But like it
Yeah,
being
that's
an
boring.
option is a lot of fun. and Vice
Yeah.
and Violence does that really well. Um,
I can only think of now is that stupid, really old video on YouTube with the D&D group when I cast magic missile into the darkness.
The victimless crime.
Anybody know what I'm talking about?
no.
There's like there's the one guy that's just like not at the table. He's like getting like a Diet Coke or something like that. He's like, "Are there any girls at the tavern?" Yes. Okay,
That
but if there are any
sounds-
girls there, I want to do them.
It sounds familiar.
I've seen that audio used in a bunch of different like animated things from way back in the day.
Dez, are you on a train?
Oh yeah. It was just hanging out.
My HUD is
Confused me, so
glitching out.
I didn't know if we were actually at location or not.
We're not at location. There was just a bunch of FS night in front of the space station, so we're pulling out. This is 690 quality. It's not particularly good, but it is going to have positive stats. So
Yeah, I mean it's worth it.
yeah,
My HUD is going crazy right now.
Yeah, so is mine.
yeah. In a general sense, like, so I just enjoy that because there's not enough of them that aren't just like horny people who are trying to lecture you. Because that's the difference. I
Right.
don't really care about
Oh,
them
I hate
trying
that
to
too.
lecture.
Yeah.
I do just enjoy the ones that they're just talking about their experience and they're just being educational about it. Like, oh yeah, this is somebody asked him something like, for example, wax play comes up. It's like, yeah, hey, you just make sure you're using the right types of wax and whatnot. It's like, and they give some examples and they talk about it briefly and they move on. And like that's the type of stuff. Like I already know that, but that's still like the type of content creators I'm more drawn to.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't.
more interesting, right? At least
Yeah,
I find.
but the problem with, the problem that I find with that is, do I do I believe that the person is educated enough on the subject to like believe them? Because there's a bunch of things in that category that I could say, but I'm not like a scientist or nothing. So I don't want to tell a whole bunch of people that they should do this just because I did it, and then they get hurt or sick, and it's like, oof.
Well, that's the thing is a lot of them are just doing it as like experiences. Is the thing. A lot of
Yeah.
them are just sharing it as experiences, not a like how to. They're not a tutorial. They're just talking about their life, and that is specifically again what, in my opinion, makes it more interesting. Is that it is just kind of like a conversational level of it.
This is very
And
hard to try and mine because my UI is freaking out.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'm.
don't blame you guys. We can skip the ones here and just go straight to Calliope and hope that it's just a fucking annoying ass weather effects. So, oh, it's no longer
I
jumping around for me. Is it still jumping for you guys?
Yeah, it's still
yes.
jumping around for me.
I thought it went
I'll
over,
just
so I turned
stabilize.
it. I turned my laser off. Turn it back on because I thought it went into overcharge.
The bar itself is still freaking out, and it's back to freaking out now.
So it seems to stop when I stop my laser, so I'll just turn mine off.
So we're gonna back off because I think there's a bunch of rocks overlaid onto each other.
That might be the case, yeah.
So it's trying to show your progress on 3 different things at once. So we're gonna go to Calliope, which should just
Still
run
sounds
better.
like a kind of pasta to me.
I keep thinking of the VTuber.
Calliope. But yeah. So I just like basically degenerate streamers that aren't blatant degenerates, because that's one of the things that, and this is really a thing that is very common with VTubers. It's a lot of streamers have it, but I've noticed it more often on VTubers where they're horny comedy, but they're not actually horny.
Yeah,
And I
that's annoying.
find that very, very annoying. Like, you don't have to have it OnlyFans. You don't have to have a fancy. I don't give a fuck about that. But like, if like you don't even like talk or like concern yourself with an SFW art of your character, and you're just constantly making dick jokes, sex jokes, and like being super erotic on your streams, but you're just like the most safe for work basic person otherwise. It's just a
Yeah.
disconnect towards me. It feels like an act at that point, and it's not even an act you're committing to. Now,
Fan
that's not saying you can't
service
make jokes. Yeah,
as a
there
bit.
you go. It's very Sanversy. It's a bit fan service, and it bothers me. That's not
I
saying
mean,
that if you make sexual jokes, you have to be hypersexualize yourself. By no means.
fan service is one of those things that, like,
It's
you
very
can
easy to
tell when it's
do.
not being, yeah. You can do it wrong super easily. And it's something that a lot of people don't understand.
That's my problem with anime, ecchi anime specifically. I think most ecchi anime does it in an annoying way.
I think that most ecchi anime do it best way.
I think some of them do it a good way. I think some of them just are like boobs.
I'm one of those like people who are like, if you see the boobs and then that's all you see, then you inertly just don't get it. It's one of like my biggest arguments for Nikkei is like people see that game and they're like, oh my gosh, Gooner game, but everybody who plays it knows that that game has a better story than it has any right to have.
That game, the writers, whatever they're paying them, not enough. They're the best part of that game.
The most
They're
recent
the only
event,
reason I kept with that game.
I just finished the most recent event yesterday and was like, oh my gosh, this is supposed to be a story about visiting an island for a summer vacation. Why is it so deep for?
It's the kind of game where you're like, this is supposed to be a Gooner game about big butt anime butts in my face. Why am I crying?
Crazy.
I just like I don't know that game super well, so I can't comment on it. But like stuff with it's just like it's just tiring to watch anime and every single fucking character has a fucking harem, but he never fucking engages with anybody. Like
Oh
it's
yeah,
not like that
harem
he has to go
animator
around.
is
He
terrible
doesn't
for
have to
that.
go around fucking them. I don't give a fuck about that. But like I just find the whole harem thing, but he's a virgin and he's afraid to even like make lewd jokes or like acknowledge that he's attracted to them. It's so fucking mind-numbingly annoying.
I haven't really recently experienced that with a harem anime. In fact, nowadays most harem anime will usually have the main character pick a girl or multiple of them before the halfway point.
I don't care if they
Oh gosh, that was
we're
instant.
going for quality, not for quantity. Yeah, that was a small rock. So I'm trying to scan for quality at the moment. We're back in Stanton, so we're not gonna find jack shit. It's gonna be a lot more time spent fucking scanning, unfortunately. We got some 692. This one's okay. I think this one you can almost just gather. That's right in front of
Yeah,
us.
you can.
So go ahead and just gather that one.
There
690
was
is
a
still gonna be decent puzzle. Yeah, what's up?
690. Okay.
I know one of the jokes that I don't like with a lot of harem anime is usually like main character accidentally touches like a boob or a butt and then gets like kicked to the stratosphere. I found that joke to
Mm-hmm.
get old pretty quickly. Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
something
that's
like
like
face
that's very
value
tropey.
misunderstanding like that. It's very tropey, and I just don't like the trope.
it's not
Um,
really entertaining.
there was a recent anime that's pretty controversial called Gushing Over Magical Girls.
I love
Yeah,
that anime.
That
I
anime
think
is
that one
great.
was okay. It wasn't my favorite, but I wouldn't. There's no me saying it was bad because it was like the characters were horny, but they were like genuinely horny, not like horny for the bit. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
I don't know.
that's not really like the point of that
No.
show. Um, I'm the type of person one of my rules is I typically don't watch magical girl anime because Sailor Moon did it perfectly back in the early 2000s, and everyone's been trying to one up Sailor Moon since then, and no one can because it'll never happen. But
Really, normally I hear people talk about Cardcaptor Sakura as like one of the definitive magical girl anime.
Cardcaptor Sakura exists to sell toys to kids. Like
Yeah,
most of your other, like Tokyo Mew Mew, Cardcaptor Sakura, even Madoka.
really, even Madoka?
Nobody knows what the story of Madoka is. They just like the figures with the angel wings all over them.
Interesting. I've never watched Madoka myself. I've seen Cardcaptor Sakura. I've seen a chunk of Sailor Moon, but it's like long, hazy memories of like Saturday morning cartoons.
Never seen anything Sailor Moon.
The
All my
original Sailor Moon,
knowledge comes from Eris here.
the original Sailor Moon is the pinnacle of the entire magical girl genre. Gushing over magical girls is kind of like Goblin Slayer in that it's playing with a very unique and interesting idea, which is your heroes need villains in order for them to mean anything to anyone.
Yeah, it's a very deconstructive sort of anime.
So like the main girl becomes a villain to the the hero magical girl group.
One of the
And
outfits that I made for my previous model, I was heavily influenced by Gushing Over Magical Girls because I had recently watched that. And I'm like, I want an outfit like that.
felt the same way. I felt the same way.
Yeah, I like the outfit design and whatnot. The characters also seem pretty diverse. All right, we got a big rock for the two of you. Ooh.
I think another good one was it's like the inverse of Shinometa, which is an anime about where all lewd porn and everything, anything lewd is
I
illegal.
like the story of that one.
So there's this relatively new show called Nukitashi, where there's an island where you're legally required.
Sylvan. See, like those ones are good ones. They're like etchy animes that are good because they actually have like a story and purpose, and like the horny isn't there
Most
just to be horny. Like it's not just random low effort fan service.
most ecchi
I'm sorry,
anime
High School
do have a
DxD. I just
purpose.
know High School DxD as and High School of the Dead as just fan service.
High School of the Dead is just fan service, yes. High School DxD, I think, is a little bit more complex, but they have the issue of switching studios after season 2 or 3. So it's
Ooh,
just
that's always rough.
it's
Thanks for
ugly
stacking the
too.
dice because it's apparently wind here.
It's like Gunslinger Girl season 2 bad. I know for me though, as far as content that I like watching, I will usually find games that I either liked or wanted to play and couldn't for some reason, and watch essay videos about those games and their lore and stuff. Like the original Shin Megami Tensei games. I'm never gonna play those games.
Yeah, like I know I it's not really anything on that rock. It's just quartz and inert material.
Yeah, we're
I
not
know
going for everything
I
you said.
watch a lot of let's plays of point and click adventures because I just don't have the patience for them.
Right.
Yeah,
But
if
I
a game
find
has a
them
really good story,
very
and I just
interesting to watch.
Or like
The Secret of Monkey Island games, for example.
series that have games that only released in Japan. It's like I'm not gonna jump through the hoops to play that, but I'm curious
Oh
enough to
yeah.
know what's going on.
I'm not gonna learn a whole language just to play this one game, but I really want to know what's going on with this game because it looks interesting.
yeah, we're anything that has a 692, even if it's just a small amount, we want to get it.
There was a video I was watching not that long ago about Japanese only horror games. About a Japanese only horror game that was really good. I can't remember what it's called now, unfortunately. But it was a PS1 horror game.
Ooh, LSD Dream Simulator.
I don't know if that
Something like
counts
that.
as a horror game, but it's definitely weird. And definitely creepy. There is so much about that game that is fascinating.
Absolutely. I think that Japan has like a really good grasp on horror.
They have a better grasp on it than, say, like North America, I'd say.
Agreed.
Because a lot of, especially modern horror in North America is just boo haunted house.
Or, you know,
Whereas
Freddy
Japanese has
Fazbear
the tendency to be
Megapixplex.
like, whereas a Japanese horror has a tendency to be a lot more about unease.
Yeah, I played. I wasn't able to beat it because I didn't have the Wii U for long enough. But I played that Fatal Frame game on the Wii U, which everyone said was the worst one, and I'm like, I don't know. This is still uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, Fatal Frame is a great example of that series of like uneasy horror. I mean, look at the first three Silent Hill games. Like a lot of those are very uneasy as far as their horror goes,
Yeah. Oh wait, that's
compared
something
to
right there.
like even compared to some of its contemporaries like Resident Evil.
There
Like
should have been
Resident
some
Evil is
more of the
more or less just an
690.
action game at this point. And it's
Um,
really sad to see that Silent Hill is now just another action game in its remakes.
crap.
Sorry for the movement. I'm having to deal with like winds pushing the ship around.
No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. I mean, even just look at does anybody remember when the movie The Ring, like the English version of that came out?
I do, and it was not great.
And everybody was talking about how scary it was, though, because it was a lot more Japanese inspired and a lot more about creepy atmosphere. Then there was the knockoffs that came from it, like The Grudge.
Yeah. There's actually a fighting game character from Fatal Fear, no, Killer Instinct, based off of The Ring, and she scares the crap out of me.
Is it actually like the antagonist for that? What is it? Sadako, I want to say.
The character's name is Hisako. It's supposed to be like Sadako's sister,
Ah, okay.
but ugh.
It's got to be better than the Ring horror game that was on Dreamcast. If anybody knows of that,
Don't.
where it was like a virtual reality kind of thing.
That sounds
it was
stupid.
it was not good, but it was one of the only like Dreamcast horror games out there. I recently watched I knew about the game beforehand, but I recently rewatched a video about all of the Dreamcast horror games, like
There's
the
some hats
exclusive
in
ones.
the middle that you can grab. It's got 692 on it.
I can't quite reach it, but there we go.
Alright. Yeah, Infest Knight's one of the ones that does your recoil, so it's very important that try to find the better quality.
What I like doing is I'll find regular streamers and YouTubers that are just doing interesting activities, and I'll think, can I like make a scuffed VTuber version of that somehow? Like when Peak came out, I just so happen to have been watching a bunch of like people who did that indoor rock climbing stuff. And I was like, I could probably make a climbing animation and I can probably climb up some stuff. And it just so happened to work out like perfectly.
I think for me anyway, part of my problem with VTubing and coming up with ideas to do more interesting VTubing things is that I don't know a lot of the Unities. I don't know the full process of making a model and adding animations. I know I have a vague idea of it, but I've never tried it myself, and I've never gone out looking for animations or making animations for that yet.
The
And I
only
think
stipulation is as
I'd get
long as
more ideas if I do it.
as long as the model is set up to be humanoid, the animation will work.
Right. And the other thing is I'm not a good enough animator to really know how to animate something and make it look good and natural.
I don't make the animations yet. It's easy to find them by like looking for asset packs
Oh
and
yeah,
whatnot.
there are plenty of guides out there for how to do it,
Yeah.
and tools out there for either pre-made animations or using whatever you've got. I've seen
Yeah.
some of these things for like like Blender tutorials for these things.
Well, that's the thing.
But I'm interested
Animations
in
get
making my
made
own.
in Blender, not in Unity. Like Unity is
Yeah.
terrible for trying to animate it.
Oh yeah.
But that's one of the places where a lot of my ideas will come from is just who's doing something interesting. How can I ruin that?
I wouldn't say you ruin it. I'd say you put an interesting spin on it. Like a lot of my ideas for just streaming come from you, and a lot of my outfit ideas come from you. Like you'll come by and be like, "I want an outfit like this," and I'll be like, "All right, I think I can make that happen. That sounds really interesting." If it's something I really like, I'll usually pursue it and I'll try and figure out a way to do it. And then like an hour or two later, I'll come back to you with a sketch.
It's incredible. Because a lot of the times I'm like, there's no way this is possible. It's not doing that. And then you pop up with a sketch and it's like, dang, he did that. Extraction. Fracture mode.
I'm just gonna stop because I'm at minimal power and it's already like filling up pretty quick.
I'm also at minimal power and now it's below optimal.
Okay, now why is it being so resistant? See, this is why I don't like mining in this game.
I mean,
It's
I
not
guess
consistent enough.
this is the part where we're supposed to be like
on one,
Oh, okay.
but it's
communicating.
also the highest quality.
Oh, come on. It was in there. Come on. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, it's got some 750 in it, which
As far as live streams, I think the weirdest thing I ever saw was still competitive farm simulator.
Competitive Farm Simulator.
I know. You can see why I decided to sit down and watch it for a bit.
Is that a game
Because
or
I
is
had
that
to
like an
know how the
event?
fuck is Farm Simulator competitive?
This is
And the
low
answer,
quality What's this stuff called?
uh, Hephaestonite.
Yeah, that stuff. Are we getting all of this or no?
No,
there
it
was
doesn't
some
look
of
like
it that
any of
showed
it.
as 750 for me, so I don't
I
know.
didn't see any of it afterwards.
I sucked up some of but I wasn't paying attention to the quality at the time. That's why I like immediately stopped and started scanning around.
I think you got the high quality stuff because I didn't see any of the good quality
Lucky me.
stuff.
Yeah, we've gotten some 690, but hmm. Yeah, 750. It's in that back corner right there.
It might be.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Got it.
Yep. See if you can see anything else on any of the other rocks with the new
I
angles.
didn't see anything else.
I'm just seeing 390s now or 320s.
Yeah,
That's fine.
inert materials and 390s,
Sounds good.
330s.
And now the bundle over here, if we can get a little bit more 750, we can refine. And then we can go shoot the guns. It'll take about 2 minutes to craft per gun.
How long does it
Well,
take
once
to
you get all the
refine?
materials here.
Yep. I'm taking the materials all into Nyx.
Right.
That's where I have all the other materials at. So transfer
Yeah.
one portion. Yeah, I'd rather do that.
How long does it
Where
take to refine
is
this stuff?
upwards of 20 minutes.
Okay.
So that's 690. So like technically we have an okay amount of 690, enough for me that like we could just break these couple of rocks here and we could craft you guys some guns with that, but we could also just wait a little bit longer and make you guys it's a large Hephaestonite is your recoil. So for every 100 Hephaestonite, we have some 750 here. Not a lot, but that's great. But for every 100 that we jump up, that is
It looks
4%
like it's
less recoil. It's a very small rock. Yeah. So 700 versus 800 is 4% recoil difference.
I mean, I didn't find the recoil to be that bad on the base gun.
Right. And we already have really high aluminum and iron. Both of those are over 800, so it's helpful. But it's just like, if we can find something to give better, we can do it. But if you guys are not that worried, we can go refine what we have right now.
I'm not that worried myself. I don't know if
I'm not that
Eris
worried.
is or.
Okay. So, and because there are a lot of PvPers and Nicks because of it, all the mining missions going on that are just griefing miners, when we move the ore back, I will ask you guys to be in fighter ships or something you guys can fight around. So that way you guys can even at least just be distraction and I just fuck off.
Right.
Okay.
Do you want me in a light fighter or do you want me in something else?
I can whatever you feel comfortable in. So I can provide a ship if you wanted. The Perseus wouldn't help, but I could put you guys in the Paladin.
Putting us both in a paladin would probably be pretty good.
I think so as
But
well.
I don't know. I don't know if you'd want us to be. If we're going to be distractions, it might be better to be two little squirrels rather than
Well,
one big one.
the paladin is going to.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the paladin. Can the paladin kill? Are we getting all of this?
Paladin can kill.
Anything that's 750 or 690, yeah. Did you get all the 750?
I didn't see any.
I got the
Just
750.
what I scanned.
Okay. Got a couple more rocks. I'm gonna check in the immediate vicinity, and then we're taking off. Alright, so that's a 570. There we go. There's the other two rocks. I knew there was some more. Nope.
Oh,
So this is 690. We already have some 690. So that's 12 SU. We'll go after whichever one's the bigger rock and 25. Here we go. We'll get all the 690 from this one just to have some extra stores of it. That way, if we want to craft the P6LR, we just have to get like one material, or we already have the materials, one of the two.
I think it's probably like the gem or whatever you need for it.
Probably. And going and getting or just buying it off of one or two gems off of a player is going to be much easier than getting all this Hephaestionite again.
Yeah.
So then the question is, do we want to do some FPS content, or do we want to do some salvaging?
Good question.
Because I'm willing to, for the salvaging missions, I have a moth. I'm willing to pay you guys the full contract pay for you guys to just do the scraping. So it'd be 40k per 6 RMC that you guys get me.
I guess we can salvage.
Yeah, it's just like if you wanted to test your guns, that's the other option. So
I don't have a salvage ship though. That's the problem.
I have the moth, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so we'd basically be in the same ship, but just salvaging instead of sniffing rocks.
Yeah.
I forget that that's a multi-crew ship.
Yep. Everybody's hoping that they make the Arastra a salvage ship as well. Arastra should be a next year ship design.
Materials. I'm not seeing high quality Hephaestionite here.
Yeah, there's some 690.
Oh,
I see
there's.
a little bit, but down there, but that rock looks like it needs to be broken again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scan the one beside it. There's some on there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you can get, no matter how little, we can grab it on up. Oh yeah, there's some Quantanium nearby. We can probably see about if I can find that again. Oop, took a bit more damage. But yeah, Quantanium. Ooh, Quantanium should be selling for some like crazy amounts right now. Considering how much gold sells for, and Quantanium is worth a lot more than gold. Yeah, Quantinium sells for 170k per SU at the moment.
Oh wow.
Come on, tell me the composition.
Okay, looks like you guys probably got all of interest in that then.
Just
Wait,
that rock
no.
below us is
Wait,
the only thing I'd ever scanned.
okay.
It's just a little bit too low for me to scan it.
We've got one right up here. One more from 690 on it.
Put that best on it right there. I'm at minimum power.
Yeah, so am I.
All right.
Still not big on ship mining. This is really dry.
I mean, that's why we're doing it while we're podcasting stuff, so it requires just enough of your attention to be annoying to like or not necessarily to be annoying, enough of your attention to require your attention, but also not require enough of your attention to truly be engaging.
This is why I don't normally mine,
Mm-hmm.
and why I only mine whenever we're together.
Yeah, I prefer to mine in a group versus solo anytime. I'm just trying to see if I can find that Quantanium that I saw earlier in the area.
I hope they fix Final Fantasy 14. They won't though.
Who says it needs to be fixed, huh?
Luckily, the
Sorry.
devs do. But I found out that the reason that they dumbed down all of the dungeons to be straight lines is so that people could take the NPCs in and they won't have pathing problems.
Ugh.
So, because people didn't want to play the MMO like an MMO, all of the dungeons are brain dead now.
I hate that. I refuse to use that system, the trust
I
system in 14.
I thought it
I've
was
never
really
used it.
when it was just your soldiers in your grand company. I thought it was super cool. Like you get to train up a squad of nobodies into being elites. But they never touched that system ever again, and then they went and made the trust system and ruined all of the dungeons forever.
Yeah. 14 is a lot of weird-ish esoteric problems that are self-imposed. And I can't help but wonder if it's part of it is just down to Yoshi P just working on the project for too long and wanting to move on to something else, but not wanting or not trusting anybody else at Square Enix to take helm of the project.
Now that he's got another game under his belt, Yoshida only knows how to make one type of game. Like he only knows how to like set up for development one way.
Yeah.
And that's just like a fundamental problem he has to figure out how to get over. Because Final Fantasy 16 is just
16 SCU of Quantanium right here.
okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
You go up a bit.
Yeah, just getting the scan off on it. Can you both hit that?
I'm at minimal power.
Yeah.
I'm at minimal power.
It might be impossible for the two of you, so.
Okay.
I'm increasing.
Are you in the
I'm at
optimal
100.
range?
No.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Eris, are you at 100?
100%.
Are you guys progressing?
No.
No.
Okay. Who? All right. I either need somebody to take the risk in hopping on the super strong big laser, or take over the pilot seat to keep the ship steady.
I will get on the strong laser.
Got it. It is a helix with 3 Rigers on it. So
Are those active modules?
no, they're all passives.
Okay.
Meaning you have a 75% increased power on the strongest laser in the game.
I will do my best.
Mm-hmm. I trust you. That's why I gave you the option and didn't just tell you what to do.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna accept because no.
Well, that's why I also mentioned the seat if neither one of you guys wanted to take the risk. But Eris, turn back your power before Des shoots. Des is going to
Oh.
start at low power. Eris, your power will slowly build up to 100, and then Des will start manipulating their power again.
Okay. So I'm back at minimum.
Because even if you don't end up using full power, Eris, yours is massively increasing the window of success compared to what
Why
the
can't I
Helix can do.
toggle my laser?
Is it turn? Oh, you don't have. I don't have power assigned to it. Let me fix
Oh.
that. Sorry about that.
Okay. Do you want me to slowly increase power then? Or do you want
Mhm.
Eris to?
Sorry,
I think
I'm
you're
just
gonna
putting
have to
on
do it.
shields to be safe. Go ahead. And air slowly turn up power first, and
Okay.
then you does.
Okay.
So set minimum. I'm pretty sure Eris will have to go all the way up to 100 power.
50%.
Okay, I'll slowly start increasing.
Alright.
About 70%. I'm now at 100.
Is the rock moving?
The rock?
Not yet.
No.
Okay. Because I can't
Okay.
see anything in this menu, so.
I'm at 100%.
I'm at 70 and still no movement.
That's a big rock.
It does say
100 and no
impossible.
movement.
Okay, so then I'm gonna have to do a little bit of jank. Go ahead and take your stuff off, drop it down to 50% power.
Can you land it?
Yes, that's what we're doing. We're gonna
Okay.
land it and see if we can try to point
All
at
three.
it still.
Did you bring any kind of mining tool? Like
Nope, because we weren't targeting any special ores. I don't know why the ship's bugging out like this right now.
am I getting out of this seat or am I and going back
choose
to
this.
the other seat?
Yeah, we're gonna need all 3 lasers on it.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured.
Yeah. Can you
Just
even
wanted to
see it,
be-
Eris?
I cannot. I'm still. There we go. Yeah, I can hit it from here.
Okay, cool.
It's so stupid that wind affects ships.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind for like monsoons, but like, or when you're super high up in the sky or something like that. But on planetary, if it's strong enough to send this ship flying, it's strong enough that I could not physically walk
I
on
can't
the
quite
planet.
hit the rock from here.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Let me get. And it pushed us off anyhow. Huh. Also looks like it might not have saved. Oh yeah, it went. It didn't save my loadout on this, so we are running default modules. No wonder we can't crack the rock.
Uh,
So are we
I
just
mean,
gonna host then?
very well. We're gonna try to see if we can point all three at it, but more than likely we're just hosed because it didn't do my either didn't save my insured loadout when I tried to save it. Oh, fucking god. Why am I falling off
Yeah,
the
because I just
ladder?
noticed I don't have any mining modules.
what?
Yeah. So either it just bugged when I claimed it insurance wise, or it bugged when I went to insure it. So either way, something fucked up. So we'll try with all three.
The ship must have shifted or something because now I can't hit it.
It did. When Des deployed, it changed the ship.
Oh,
There you go. You should both be able to hit it, right?
I can
yeah.
hit it.
All right. So yeah, no, we don't have any problems with the bar. So we already, since I know that there isn't variable power, both of you just full power right off the bat.
Okay.
Fuck the wind. The wind pushes us off of it. I'm not gonna keep bothering.
Wind blows. I'll hit myself.
It's like any ship that can get blown around this much by a tiny gust is not space worthy.
Oh, it's 57,000 mass, and that's all being stock. Yeah, man, so this was actually 58% quantanium, which, for reference on how much that money that would have earned us, 32 times 0.58 times 0.3. So we're looking at roughly a million right here.
Damn.
That sucks.
Yep. Apparently, Galley can't join our server either. Galley shot me a message. I would have just messaged, like, paid Galley money to come out here with the ship, the attachments.
So even with all three lasers, we can't do it.
Yep, because we're running low power lasers with no modifiers on them, apparently. Which is part of why I want to get the Rico Battaglia ones, because the base loadout is the same loadout I use.
Oh wow.
It just doesn't have the attachments on there, so like I would still have to get the attachments, but in the very least,
I didn't know they would come like those ships would come pre-configured in any way. I thought they'd just be the base ships.
I
you
will
guys
be
do
right
that quick
back.
search real quick.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. And then I'll be right back.
As will I. I need more mining juice.
Thankfully, mining is a little.
All right, I have returned.
So the curse of the mole is struck again.
Oh no. What happened?
I have no maneuvering thrusters.
What do you mean?
So you
Like,
know
what
when you
happened?
turn, when you move your mouse or whatnot, and it turns and moves your ship.
Yeah, I
I
know
don't
what
have that.
maneuvering thrusters do, but
I don't have that.
how?
I don't know why. I just no longer have that suddenly.
Is there damage on the ship?
There's been damage this entire time. You guys blew up quite a few, not a lot, but you guys did blow up
Would
some
it be
rocks.
better to not land on planet, but to land on a station and repair, then go to the planet?
Probably.
Just because you'll have a lot more trouble in atmosphere than
Yeah, because
without.
like the thing
And
is like I can. Whenever I thrust forward, it does try to go forward wherever my mouse is. So like instead of like actually being able to turn the ship, I have to like look and thrust, and then it just drifts in that way endlessly until I like
oh, that's fucked. Are you getting like um the warning?
major
Like
torque imbalances. That's it. And
yeah,
I've had
that's
that
what I was.
from the get go.
Okay.
That's usually if an engine is damaged and it tries to pull. It's not pulling. If I look forward and I thrust forward, I go forward, no problem. It is, and this only happened after the landing thing, like where we tried to land and mine the rock. So there's some sort of bug that fucks up with the mole.
I'm gonna say try and land at a station and repair and see if that fixes things.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I think I'm
Hopefully
an okay
that.
pilot.
Yeah, I trust you.
I've pulled out of very similar situations quite a few times now.
I mean, you
Has-
landed us after in the C8 Pisces after what was it exploded? It
I
was
only have
a
one
capital ship.
engine. Yeah, it soft died. Only had one engine. Oh god, it wasn't letting me control it for a moment. So I was like, we were losing altitude. I was like, don't tell me we're just falling from space. No, please no.
Not like this.
Oh my god, it's getting worse. I don't know. I can't even describe what's happening now. It's just getting worse. Sometimes it doesn't
It,
let me push forward, so I'm having to use my vertical and like horizontal. My vertical change my boost up and boost down to
yeah,
change my direction
it
sometimes.
looks just sitting just in the like little pod. It looks like you're fighting the ship a lot.
It's interesting. Man, I love them all. I'm being held captive. I'm not saying this of my own volition.
Never change Star Citizen except please do.
Please give me more mining ships that aren't small ships, please. Please.
Maybe the mole's a medium, right?
Yeah, I want more ships that aren't small, so I have an alternative to the mole. I
You want
promise you,
another
when they
small
release.
ship?
No,
Okay,
that's
give him
not
another
small.
small ship.
No.
Give him the
Yeah, I know.
smallest mining ship possible.
Fucking, they make a salvation type mining ship. God, now trying to. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to land on the. I can't rotate now. My rotation's gone. Okay, no, I can rotate, but only while I'm physically thrusting forward or backwards. I cannot rotate. Oh, so that's what's going on. Is my directional thrusters are like turned off when I'm not applying. Okay, that makes it so much easier for me to like manage now.
Well, you managed to land.
Yeah, yeah.
Hopefully, fixing the ship actually fixes the ship.
We'll see. You guys want to go get the protection entourage? So, or do you want me to drop you off at New Babbage to pick it up to save you that money? I'll send you anything that you need.
Um, I don't know. Whatever would be more convenient for you.
I just mean, do you just want to just pick up a vehicle? We won't worry about the Paladin. Literally anything that you've got. If you want, I could call out the Basher for you.
I would like to try the Basher, but I don't think flying in an unfamiliar ship would be a good idea as an escort ship. Do you have the Basher as a loaner, or did you actually buy it?
No, I'm not buying it.
Oh, okay.
I get it for being a subscriber for a week.
Okay.
Okay,
still
I have
need to
full
wait
control of
for-
my ship.
We still need to wait for Eris to come back, too.
Right, that's what it means. Like, so this would be a great time for me to pass you the Basher because we're waiting on Eris.
Right.
I'm not going to lose the ship here on the pad, but I'll go ahead and pull it off the pad so in case somebody else needs to refuel. Be a nice guy.
Be a good star citizen.
Get the shields up, turn off engines. Yeah, and the very least, I could show it to you and let you fly it out, and then you can crash it for all I care.
Okay. I don't know what it is, but anytime I'm flying somebody else's ship, I fly very, very cautiously. But if it's my own ship, I'm like, whatever. If I crash it, I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you do it to this ship. Like,
I know, but it's still going to be one of those things where like it's not mine, so I need to take very, very good care of it, kind of things.
when they have org mechanics and the
Oh, I got stuck.
That's okay. I'm gonna go start claiming and calling the ship. I will ask that you guys do that if you ever borrow the Kraken, because you guys will have when we have an org and that actually has mechanics. If they do let the org in general pull it out, you will definitely have permission for that. So all I'm going to ask is just that you make sure it gets parked somewhere best you can.
Yeah, yeah. Somewhere safe.
I
Not park it
distort
like
it.
outside of like a PAF or something.
You can bark at that if shit happens. Shit happens as long as you're doing stuff there. It's just like as long as you can to the best of your
Oh, I
ability,
meant
park
like
that damn
leave
thing
it
off.
parked there and then log off kind of
Yeah,
situation.
because then it I either have to claim it with nothing on it, or I would need to pay like 2 million.
Yeah. I'm scared I'm going to fly this thing and I'm going to want it.
Yeah, they're lucky I already owned the Shiv because it was an offer to get it and the Shiv for $200.
Oh shit. That's actually a pretty
225.
good deal.
I think actually, yeah, no, the Shiv itself is 150, and this ship is $110. So
Yeah.
$260 for the two ships. You're getting it for 225. War bond. It had to be war bond is the thing.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I actually called the ship up. Yep, I didn't call it up. Here we go. Yeah, I just want a like legitimate ship designed like this. Somebody else put up
I'm back.
it came up in a way. Get ready for your escort ship, Eris, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Getting that out and ready. We're gonna head and refine in Nyx instead of doing it here.
And I'm going to test out the Basher. I'm probably going to end up finding out that I want one, and I'm going to be very disappointed in myself because I'm going to want it.
Um,
Do you want me to store it and remove the fin real quick?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Oh, do you have to call the hangar
Yeah.
open? Yeah.
You're gonna love the guns and you're gonna hate that you love the sound of the guns, Des.
I love the stupid harpoons on the front. They're
That's a
absolutely
ship.
like stupid, but I like it.
Right, get ready.
So we're not doing the paladin.
No.
Hmm.
You have to be in the back right here,
Oh.
Des.
It's in the back.
I don't have a whole
Is
lot
that
of
why there's a
combat
hole in
ships.
the wing? So that the
Yes.
pilot has a way to step up into the damn ship? That's fucking
Yes.
stupid, and I love it.
Let's see. I
Do you want me to
have
call up a ship for you, Eris?
yes.
Okay. I have an extra Mark II Hornet.
Okay. I don't think I've ever flown a Hornet before, but I'll figure it out.
It is the most meta medium fighter in the game.
Really is, isn't it?
Yeah, it literally has ridiculous damage. It's a decent size. It's got good mobility. I don't care that it's a meta all rounder. The problem is that they won't release anything balanced against it.
Yeah.
The meteor is a bigger target, a slower target, less consistent firepower, and is a squishier target.
Oh, those laser
Yeah,
guns sound cool.
they really do, don't they? You should hear the Eshions, which are the laser repeater alternatives for the meteor. They sound good enough that I almost bought a meteor just to get that and have them together.
I remember hearing them at one point during like one of the show-offs for them, like one of the previews, and I remember it sounding really cool.
So, fun fact: the Hornet series used to be like a military standard vehicle. It was very it was the airship of like the fighter of the military. Um, the Hornets were so popular, in fact, that the F-7Cs the civilian came because bougie rich people wanted to be like, I own a fighter jet. And so they made the civilian class version. They took out all the private military parts that are in the F-7As, and the F-7Cs were created, which gave them ridiculous amount of funding. So that's why we have the Mark II series.
The more
Rich
you
people
know.
wanted their own vehicle. You can thank Astropub for going on a huge tangent about that.
It won't take off.
Oh, turn it off, everything off, and turn it back on.
Sheesh.
Did that fix it?
Yeah. Thing is fast.
Yeah, it's
You're probably not used
surprisingly
to
tanky
flying.
as well.
You're probably not used to flying anything this quick.
Nope.
God, if I threw Eris into the basher, she would crash.
I don't know about that. Hold on now. I'm like the best pilot. I rarely ever crash.
I mean, if you want to do a dogfighting competition, I'm happy to do a dogfighting competition, Eris.
That'd be fun. I
I
don't
played Ace
expect to do
Combat.
well, but I am willing to try.
Yeah, me, Galley, and Moon did one.
How did that go?
Moon killed me once or twice. Galley cheated and got a kill or two.
How do you cheat?
Because we were like, hey, we're fighting without gimbals and without the lead pips. So you have to use the either just
Lag pip?
raw talent or the lag pip. I can't remember which one it was we were doing. This was a long time ago. But you
That
couldn't
was a
use the
lag
lead
pip.
pip and you couldn't use gimbals. And there was no. So no, we still had the pips. It was no gimbals and no something else. There's two systems in the game that basically gives you auto aim, and we were like, we're doing a dogfighting competition without that. So it was literal raw you had to be shooting in the exact spot to hit the person. And Galley didn't turn off those settings, so Galley had auto aim or aim assist while we did. So Galley got some kills. We still killed Galley. But yeah, it was a lot of back and forth because it was just like trying to improve our ability to like target acquisition and just have a fun little competition. It is definitely fighting with no gimbals and none of that assist. I think it's ESP. Yeah, ESP and gimbals turned off.
I love
Really
the
made it.
sad little fan.
Yeah.
I just noticed that the sad little like broken fan from like a from a Drake ship like cockpit that's just like drooped down hanging by a wire that's slowly spinning.
Yeah.
Hmm.
All right, let's make our way to the Nyx gateway. I gotta fly away from the station. It doesn't want to let me quantum.
Okay, looks like it wants me to go to orbital maneuver 1 first.
Yep. Because we're on the dark side of the fucking planet.
Thanks for warping me
You
with you.
said dark side.
You don't like how I said it? What's
Put a
wrong
little
with it?
stank on it, you know?
Well, it's
just
fucking
saying.
darker, you know? It's not the light side. You know, light side's where all the good guys are.
You said it, not me.
Morgan, not Morgan Freeman.
Were we waiting to like synchronize quantum jumps? Because I just
No,
started.
I'm jumping with you.
Okay.
You jumped me twice, actually.
Oh,
Nice. Yeah, you guys both jumped before I could calibrate with you, but yeah, you guys were jumping in sync.
I didn't know that that worked on this patch.
Sometimes.
This ship is such a piece of crap, and I love it.
Apparently, I have a faster quantum. Oh, you guys got pulled out of quantum. Okay. I was like, weird that I have a faster quantum speed than you guys.
Some of the bigger ships do have faster quantums.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I
First
imagine this
ship
ship
is
is
surprisingly nice.
stock. Can't imagine you putting anything into this ship since it's a rental.
Correct. Same with the Hornet though. The Hornet is a monthly ship.
Oh, okay.
My Super Hornet though, it's all grade A.
I wasn't sure if you gave out the Super Hornet or not.
A part of me really wants to make an anime YouTube channel.
The hard part about that is getting clips or trying to describe like what you're doing. I guess you could sort of do stills, just like still screenshots to describe the anime, but it's hard to really convey that since it is a very visual medium and a very movement-based medium.
Yeah. I would probably be able to get away with doing clips of certain shows, but people probably aren't going to watch me break down what makes an anime entertaining. They're more so just going to go and watch what is essentially a reaction to episodes and stuff.
Not necessarily. I used to watch a show for forever, uh, where the guy used to just go over and deep dive into what makes an anime entertaining. He's stopped doing it, and now he's like, I think he's a professional writer now. Last time I checked, he was working on the game. He was a writer for the some VTuber like lewd game from
Oh.
Project reality, I think it is.
Yep, a nut between worlds.
That's the one.
Ugh,
He was the one of the writers between for that,
I hate
if not
hentai
the
games.
writer. The
How
guy
come
also
every
used to
hentai game
write
has to have
for
these
Zone.
like really crappy, just puns,
Yeah.
just awful
Well, you know,
stuff?
if it has the humor tag in it, I won't look at it.
Like Subverse does it. Like I can't think of a hentai game that doesn't have it really.
I don't know. I guess it's just something that carried over from uh, just porn films in general.
Of all
Having
things, it
like
had to be
weird.
that.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, he ended up stopping his anime review show shortly after that, which sucks because I was he used to review a lot of older anime and I like watching it.
Older anime are probably the safest to do content on because a lot of the original rights or holders are bankrupt. Like I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
but
there's a bunch of shows that you can just straight up watch on
one of
YouTube
the
or Twitch.
problems with it is that that the guy had is every time he'd pick it up, it'd be like some new studio would actually end up picking up the rights and then would start ID trolling.
Yeah, Japan's bad about that sort of thing because they
Yeah,
don't have any sort of fair use clause.
yeah, they don't have fair use or parody laws or anything like that. Japan has a lot of weird legal problems, from what I understand, mainly vicariously because, of course, I don't live there, so why would I know much about Japanese law? I'm not even a lawyer in my current country, so my understanding of the law is very, very different than that of like a lawyer.
You know, once I forgot how I found him, but the one lawyer YouTuber, what was he doing? He was doing something, and then all of a sudden, all of the VTubers started doing like collabs and streams with him.
Oh,
And
I think
it's
I know who you're talking about.
yeah, legal mindset.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Oh, was it? No, it was before V Shoujo. I don't know. He was just covering different internet dramas and being like, "Oh, this is illegal because of that," and then all of a sudden, it was just a like it's all VTubers all the time. It's like, whoa, what? How did we get here?
Because it's a bunch of people who, like, did like legal or are interested in legal. Like, that's just their tism. But they don't want to actually do legal.
No, it was some incident, like in particular, that was about VTubers or something, or a VTuber. I just can't remember
I
what.
mean, there's the, this might have been, like, a secondary thing that happened, but I think it was, like, Bao? Yeah, it was somebody that Bao was interacting with.
He's been scammed with different merch companies so many times. It's like 3 or 4 times. I don't know which one.
Yeah,
She's really bad about it.
No, it was drama with another VTuber, is what I'm thinking of.
Cinder? Bow and Cinder? There's
Yeah.
no way. Did he cover that?
I don't know if
Because
he
there
did
was no
specifically,
legal
but
like lawsuit or anything.
that's where a lot of the like legal VTubers that were associating him were covering it.
The heck? To look into that. Popular. Oh, I remember now. It was Niji Sanji.
Oh, yeah, Niji.
Oh, that's
I don't even
right.
remember what that was about. I remember hearing about it, but I remember I don't give a fuck.
That was rough because that was at the time that was my favorite VTuber. They did her so dirty that yeah, that was bad. That company never recovered.
Ooh.
They drove one of their talents into depression, and then a bunch of the other talents
Ouch.
tried to paint her as the one at fault.
Yeah, because otherwise their agency that they were a part of was going to go under, and they couldn't have that.
Everything about the way they handled it was so stupid.
I will say I don't follow any of the corporate VTubers. I'm more interested in a lot more of the indie VTuber scene than anything else. And I'm
I
more likely
follow
to follow more indie VTubers than anything else.
I don't follow the corporate VTubers as much anymore.
God, this bug is fucking back again.
Like it's fun to see some of the clips to see like some of the more higher end what like a more of a budget can do as far as VTubing goes. That's the kind of the only reason to really seek out the more corporate VTubers. But
Yeah.
other than that, I don't know. I'm just not as interested.
I mean, that's kind of how I handle like VTuber content in general. Is I just look at clips because the clips are the best parts of 12-hour streams that I ain't got time to watch. But
Right.
I'll hear news that Hololive is charging
Heading towards the
people
gate.
$40 per minute for a meet and greet, and go, that's disgusting.
Jesus.
Supply and
Looks like
demand, I
there's
suppose.
somebody on that pad, so I can't refuel. Oh wait, no, there's an open pad here. I'm gonna refuel.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see any open pads, but if it works for you guys, awesome.
You go first, Eris.
Something on this pad, but I'm gonna try it anyway.
I think it's off the pad enough.
Nope.
It isn't? I know
Maybe
the other
I was
one.
off the pad.
Oh, you were off the pad.
Maybe.
I'm hoping.
Nope.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't think you can also left alt in call the hangar. I think you have to do the whole through your communications tab. Call the gateway. It'll be Magnus Gateway.
I
Yeah,
always do it that way
need,
anyway.
I definitely need quantum. There's only 3 screens here.
That's fucking hilarious. The thing is, Eris is landing on the pad. Your model just spam crouching.
Oh yeah, I need to unset that, but then I forget to reset it when I need it.
Right. There's just a lot of extreme physics going on for a short moment.
I guess I have the
Okay.
advantage of using sticks in that regard. So my model doesn't freak out.
Advantage, disadvantage, because then your model isn't reacting to your inputs.
True.
I mean, when I'm flying, I'm
Could
not supposed to
use
be doing anything anyway.
I could use the leave motion plus and just have my arms sticking out.
I don't know how well that would work, because The leap motion rarely ever gets both of my hands in its view. Just gonna have to push it.
I
See
guess
if I
it
have enough
depends on
quantum
where
to
you
get
put
there.
it. Because I have mine like kind of pinned to my shirt.
No.
I glued a bit of metal from a file, and then have like a magnet from a name tag, and I just kind of like
How's
pinned them together
how the heck is your wire long enough?
because I just used a random. Actually, it's from a BlackBerry. I just used a random like USB micro cable. And I have a USB hub like right beside where my desk is.
I've been plugging mine into my keyboard, and I have it sitting dead set on the middle of my keyboard, which is why I needed a keyboard with pass-through USB port.
It's not giving me
A hanger. It
a
wasn't giving me
hanger.
one either.
Yeah, I think the location was just bugged from so many fucking people abandoning shit like dickheads.
I'm just gonna try and make it
This
through.
other landing pad over here and see if there's something open. Because I'm not see. Maybe there is. It's either this side or the other side. No, there's definitely something there.
Are you sure you don't have enough quantum to make it through?
I can give it a shot. I'm at 419 out of 1.92.
Oh, 419.
1.29.
You should be fine to get through the gateway.
Okay.
This is not going to be ideal.
We really just need him to get to Levski safely.
Yeah, I guess our survival is kind of secondary. Part of me is hoping for a fight only so that I can use these lasers. But honestly, I think I'd rather there not be a fight.
Same, I'm not used to the ship yet. But I guess if it's meta, then I'd probably have the easiest time.
It's not the meta PvP ship, but it's the meta PvE ship.
Are you lined up with the wormhole?
Yep, I'm just waiting to activate it for you guys.
Okay.
Because it's something I've learned with the other group is it's more likely to work if you tune to it and wait a little bit before activating it.
I'm probably gonna get pushed back.
Yeah.
And I blacked out.
I also blacked out.
Yeah, going like thousands of miles per hour down to just suddenly changing the same speed of the direction.
Alright, I'm tuned and ready to go.
As am I.
I sent the activation pulse. So it should be opening. You guys are welcome to shoot yours as well.
I just did.
Can't tell if it's opening or not.
Doesn't look like it.
I just shot mine as well, and it's not doing anything.
This server just might be fucked.
Let me hang
Well, that's
up
not
on
good.
the station and see if that does anything. No, nothing.
Alright, I'm out of the activation range. Coming back in. We'll see if not just setting that tuned on it for a couple minutes fixes it.
Yeah, it just gives up halfway through the animation on activating.
Yeah, when it's supposed to shoot out the pulse, it just fails
Yeah, it just
to.
charges it up and then just kind of goes.
I'm gonna fly out, see if I can exit to menu. Bed log from the ship, see if it works.
I'm gonna say this is a lot of work to get some guns.
But yeah, the thing is we've got enough material to craft a ton of guns now. Is the thing. So like we won't have to mine for these materials for a while. Problem is like fucking griefers, and then now a fucking broken server. Yep.
If it isn't one thing
Wait,
fighting us, it's another.
I was able to log out.
So should we return the menu?
Yeah. You won't be able to keep the ships anyhow, so. It's gonna take 20 minutes for the refinery of this. Are you guys still wanting to do salvage, or do you want to kill some shit?
I'm probably gonna end my stream.
Yeah, I was
Let's say
thinking
we
the
can
same
start the
thing because
refinery and swap off.
we've been going for about 4.5 hours,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is a
Abnormality for us.
That's an interesting thing. I just noticed.
What's that?
Oh, that's because I was targeting something far away.
Oh.
I was gonna say my thing was saying insufficient fuel because I was targeting something far away. I thought it was because I was targeting the wormhole.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pull the plug on my stream while we get this sorted out.